brought to you by Juke.gg. You can check out Juke.gg where you can find all your favorite esports in one place and use the command Legends in the chat in order to learn more. I am your host, Casanova, joined as always with the inspiration for the card art on Loyal Badger Bear, my co-caster, The Blevins. How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing great. Ready to cast some awesome Legends of Runeterra content tonight. Casa, it's going to be great. I'm excited.
Well, I'm excited as well. Why don't you go ahead and break us down with the format for Fight Night Legends?
Yeah,
Let the people know how it works.
Of course. So we have a double elimination bracket with 8 invited players. We've invited 6 new players, 6 of the best players in the world, with our 2 returning players, Winding God and Presto from last week's Fight Night. All the matches are going to be best of 3, and players have brought 2 decks with no region overlap, no bans this week. To win, players need to win with both of their decks. And in the case of a lower bracket winner in the grand finals, we will have a bracket reset. But the players tonight are playing for a $200 prize pool with the prizes broken down on the screen. So, Casa, with that, who are we seeing today?
Well, we've got yet another amazing lobby. Like you talked about previously, we have returning players, Winding God and Presto. Winding God was the winner of last week's Fight Night, Presto the runner-up. But joining them this week are the TheBlackBoss from Brazil, NicMakesPlays, Random 7, ChristmasTime, GdayMaverick, and Gvuardya. Very excited to see a lot of these matchups, but the first one of the night, we're going to be going with our returning champ, Winding God, taking on the TheBlackBoss. Now, these players are insanely good. Winding God, potentially considered the best in the world right now. He definitely has an argument to his name, but he's going up against the TheBlackBoss. And if you don't know who that is, we thought we had some of the best players in Brazil last week, but those players say that the TheBlackBoss is actually the best player in Brazil.
Yeah, there is, there's a consensus. I mean, the players are speaking out. TheBlackBoss has been one that we've casted a number of times, Casa. We've casted him a number of times, and he's performed quite well in the events as well, but he's got some interesting decks here, too. We've got a really interesting deck from TheBlackBoss, almost a signature one, you could say, in the Blood Riders deck, Casa.
Yeah, I would definitely call that a signature TheBlackBoss list. I don't think we've seen very many other players run it other than Yotsuba when he found a victory in the Runeterra for Change tournament. But this is a really fun deck. I love the synergy of the champions, Vladimir and Hecarim, making up that Blood Riders synergy, and a lot, the 3x Harrowing, we see that as the main finisher in the list.
Yeah, you think harrowing a couple of 4/3 overwhelms is good. Well, it's even better when you're harrowing a Hecarim and a Vladimir, because it's just a ton of damage before they're even getting their attacks in. It's crazy.
Yeah, and before we get in, it's nice for us to be able to point out that while not in this matchup, we do actually have 2 Viheimer lists going up against each other. That Pinky and the Brain deck going up between Winding God and TheBlackBoss. There is a lot of representation of Ezreal Karma, and we will see that in the future of this tournament. I believe we see 6 players bringing that list.
Yeah, and if you want to check out the list yourself, use the code or the command !decks in the chat, and you can pull up all of the decks. This, of course, is an open deck list format, so all of the players know exactly what they're going to be playing against. So we're going to see the top level of play. Players are going to be figuring out exactly what cards to play around at any given point. So really the pinnacle of play here, Casanova, as we go into this match. I mean, early favorites, Casa? Is it just Winding God's tournament to win again?
Is it boring that we always say Winding God? I think, but the thing is it's very hard to bet against Winding God. I do think Presto is coming into this tournament really kind of hell-bent on getting his revenge, the run back, trying to take down Winding God this time.
Yep.
Especially because he did get the bracket reset from the losers bracket last week. An amazing run from Presto trying to make his way back in, and Winding God ended up taking it at the end. So I think Presto is really looking to turn this around and find that W.
Yeah, Presto, I mean, I follow most, if not all, of the players on Twitter, and Presto has definitely been at the grindstone, trying to improve, getting better, perfecting the matchups. His eye is definitely set on the victory this week. That I know for sure.
Yeah, I will say a cool note is we ended up having Random7 come join us for this week's fight night. And Random7 may be a name that in the Runeterra community you might not be familiar with. He's not someone who we've constantly talked about on, you know, previous casts of other tournaments like DORs and Jamfest. But most recently, Random7 won DOR. He won DOR 11, the last one that happened, and ended up securing himself an invite here to this week's fight night. So we'll see if he can continue that kind of storyline of winning in DOR and then maybe finding a fight night victory immediately after. That could really cement himself as a mainstay in the LOR competitive community.
Yeah, the really cool thing about Legends of Runeterra right now is that it's all community run events. You know, we've got fight nights here, we've got the DORs, we've got Jamfest, we've got all sorts of other events going on. And like you said, Casa, I mean, we weren't super, at least I wasn't super familiar with Random7 beforehand. We casted him over the weekend, last weekend, and boom, he wins an event. He's here. He can really, it's from, you know, relative obscurity into the limelight with the performance. And that's what we're trying to showcase here on Fight Night Legends.
Yeah, he's got a chance to really show that, but we will talk about him more later. But let's go ahead and kick this off. Winding God versus BlackBoss, and already Winding God showing the new tech that he's brought with this Ash Nox's list with the Captain Ferret coming down. What do you make of that one, Blevins?
Oh man, I wanted to see what Winding God was playing, and I'm like, okay, he's running Pinky in the Brain, aka Vimer. Okay, nothing special here. And okay, he's running Ash Sejuani. Okay, let's see if he made any shit. Oh, what? 2x Captain Farron in the deck? Okay, even if I was already favoring Winding God coming into this event, Captain Farron, I need to see this W.
Did you are you seeing what I'm saying? Winding God kept Captain Farron in the mulligan going up against this Heimerdinger list. And you know, my favorite thing about Captain Farron is, you know, even though you're never going to actually, you know, play this one card, deal 20 damage, Captain Farron as a card does represent 20 damage over the course of whatever, right? Like, he is an 8 damage unit with Overwhelm, and on the back, he gives you 3 Decimates for 12 more. Now, granted, you're never going to deal 20 damage with just Farron generally.
I was going to say, you say that, Casanova, but
he gives you a little bit of a chance there.
What is this Pinky in the Brain deck even do against Captain Farron? I'm interested to see. I can't wait.
Yeah, I mean, Will of Ionia just gives you more Decimates. You can deny, but generally they only run 1 copy. I'm going to go ahead and take a look and see how many copies we've got from BlackBoss. Yeah, looks like it is 3 copies of Deny. So he's got some ways, you know, a couple more ways to prevent damage, but it's an early Ash slam down by Winding God, going to try and put out a little bit of pressure to kick things off. And the other card that was added as a tech card this time around for Winding God, that Kato the Arm, helping get that additional over-the-top damage. And we might see that come out into play very soon for Winding God.
Yeah, I believe, if I recall correctly, there was a couple, or at least a one of Kato the Arm last week. We didn't really see it that much. It came out, I think, maybe once or twice over the matches that we cast him. But as we can see, I mean, this combo already, Ash plus Kato the Arm, is very strong. Ash is already very good. Kato the Arm just gives you that additional over-the-top damage. And we still see the Reckless Trifarian in the deck, a staple from Winding God, has unnerving it, never taking it out. It's always been in there. We've talked in the past about how maybe it's a weak point in the deck, but Winding God thinks very differently of it.
Yeah, Winding God's still continuing to play it, and right now we see the elusive burn deck from BlackBoss pushing a lot of damage here.
Yeah, we say you think Noxus elusives is the aggro deck. No. It's PNZ elusives with Heimerdinger.
Yeah, but a quick Sejuani going to come down trying to deal with this Heimer. On the other side, BlackBoss is holding on to that Will of Ionia, so he will have ways to protect this unit and continue to put that onslaught of pressure back towards Winding God. This deck showing its power once again when you do have that Heimer on 5.
Yeah, I mean, it's looking pretty cut and dry here in the favor of BlackBoss. I mean, we see the Will of Ionia to prevent the Heimer from dying. The most frustrating part about this Heimerdinger deck is that every answer is not only an answer, it's also posing an additional threat. So BlackBoss is able to save the Heimer and also produce another unit. It's insane.
Yeah, so this is quite good from Winding God, at least, to try his very best to still present pressure and play around Will. I think Will is still going to be incredibly powerful in this moment here, but this does at least help Winding God try and get a little bit more damage in and maybe make his way towards the Farron, but this is a lot of elusives, and it's very unlikely that Winding God is going to be able to stay alive long enough to start sending out those decimates, and even if he does, that's 2 denies in the hand of BlackBoss.
Yeah, the thing about the Will of Ionia here is that technically doesn't even really need to be cast. I mean, obviously I think he's going to want to, but we see 3, 6, 7, 8 elusive damage that could come out from BlackBoss here. And with the additional Get Excited, I mean, that's really getting close to killing Winding God outright.
Yeah, so that's probably just going to the Dome now. I mean, I consider maybe killing the Ashe here. And yeah, they get excited. Winding God just knows, like, hey, I'm not beating that. And he just goes ahead and drops that FF on the first game, understanding that, hey, I can't answer the elusives on this next turn, which means that's going to be a GG. And he's just ready to queue up the next one as he goes down 1-0 against BlackBoss.
Yeah. There's many signatures of Winding God. The Ashe Sejuani deck being one, or the Ashe Noxus deck more broadly being one of the signatures. The other signature is Winding God. He's not playing it out. He knows when he's lost, and when that happens, he is ready to concede.
Yeah, for sure. He's definitely quick on the FF button, and now the only deck remaining for the BlackBoss is the signature Blood Riders, and I am so excited to see how this list performs going up against that Ashe Noxus. Very, very excited to see this mulligan for BlackBoss.
Yeah, I really want to see this. This is a deck that I don't know if I've really seen outside of the BlackBoss specifically. I mean, I've played it a little bit just from seeing him play it, but it's not something that we've seen a great deal on ladder. It's not something that we've seen a great deal in tournaments, with the exception of the BlackBoss himself. So I'm very interested. I mean, it's really a toss-up. I have no idea how this matchup plays out. Maybe Winding God I'm assuming Winding God has a better idea, but he can't have that great of an idea because the sample size is just so low.
Yeah, and wow, he's got the Disciple Demolitionist hand. That's very powerful. The turn 6 Hecarim, he's got a Harrowing. We'll see what the top decks continue to be for BlackBoss, because I do think it's manageable to just deal with this open. And Winding God's got the Winding God special, a couple Trappers in his opening hand, and we'll see if he keeps pulling the Yetis off the top. But here we go. That's going to be a Glory Seeker, ready potentially for the open attack to deal with this Disciple as well.
Yeah, I mean, the open for the BlackBoss is pretty good. It does, like you said, have the Noxus combo of the Demolitionist and Disciple, but I mean, Winding God in this mid game is just going to have threat after threat after threat, and unlike many of the other Noxus-based strategies, BlackBoss doesn't have a hyper aggressive deck. It will play better in the late game with the Hecarims and the Harrowings, but I don't know if that's going to happen. Depending on when these Yetis come down, the board for Winding God is just going to be overwhelming.
Yeah, this board is going to get big very fast, especially if we see the classic from Winding God. And there's the Yeti off the top. Once again, I feel like we see this every time, and we'll see if he gets it again if he goes Trapper Yeti on this very turn. But we might see the Ashe develop. We'll see. There's a couple options here. I kind of like Trapper Yeti, and then you can go Ashe Yeti if you get lucky again. Sure, yeah.
Yeti. I mean, yes, the Noxian combo is great, but what if your opponent just puts 10 power on the board on turn 4? Or even 8 is fine.
Yeah, let's see. I mean, if he pulls this Yeti off the top and he goes Ash Yeti on this next turn, that is going to be horrifying for the Black Boss. He does not have the tools in this list to deal with something like that. And lucky for him, it's not the Yeti once again for Winding God. Actually a rare miss on pulling that the turn after.
It's too much to ask for to have both of the trappers hit immediately. But very, very notably, that Ash got hit by the Omen Hawk, so is out of Noxian Fervor range. So just going to have to chump block here.
But that draw for Black Boss, that Ruination off the top, he's able to play it next turn.
That is true. And we have seen Winding God just snap scoop to big Ruinations before.
But with the Yeti, he doesn't quite have to. Oh, he can only threaten 10. If Ruination comes down, there it is. Now, Winding God threatens 10. He can't threaten lethal.
He can't threaten lethal, but he sure does put his opponent to 1. Yeah, that's a feels bad when you get the good old 4-for-1 Ruination and your opponent just puts 10 damage on the board afterwards.
Yeah. Winding God's considering, does he go for the lethal here? It's probably unlikely that he's able to find it, so he just puts his opponent on 1. He's got Farron in the deck. He's got Kato. He's got ways to push that extra 1 over the top. But can Black Boss string something together here to try and regain some HP with this Vladimir?
It's going to be tough for sure. This turn, of course, is going to be the pivotal turn because Hecarim's going to come out, and I think Black Boss is likely priced into playing the Vladimir as well. And while it will gain him life, these free spells should do a number. Although it's not actually going to do that much. Only 1 block can come out from Winding God. Only 1 of his units can actually block right now.
Right, so this is a lot of damage threatened. I almost would have liked to see development from Black Boss on this turn due to exactly that. What you're saying is there's only the 2 blockers available, and potentially getting a Vladimir down, trying to go for some healing, could have felt pretty decent here.
I wonder if the thought is just open attack and then hope Winding God develops another unit and then just play the Harrowing again. Or not the Harrowing.
Or the Ruination,
the Ruination, sorry. I think that's what the play is. Because right now, you're going to have the follow-up Vlad. You're going to have the follow-up anything. I mean, both Yetis are gone. Yes, Winding God is top decking into a lot of 5-power threats, but something like Assessor is going to be bad if you wipe the board now. Any 1-for-1 card is not going to be great. And yeah, no, I think that's what Black Boss is going for here, and I think it's all right actually.
We'll see how this plays out. Winding God does have a unit to refill if we saw the Ruination come down. It is an Omen Hawk, however. Can be answered by Culling Strike on the back swing we see from Black Boss's hand. Pass initiative back to Black Boss. Looks like the Ruination is likely not in the cards here. But maybe. There it is. Okay.
I feel like it kind of has to be. Because if he could play Vlad plus House Spider, which is fine, but his Vlad's going to get eaten by the 5/1. House Spider is on chump block duty.
Open. Can you find it? Nope. Culling Strike.
Yep, had the Culling Strike. We knew that. So, I mean, I think even though Black Boss is at 1, I do believe this is still Black Boss favored at this point. The attack back here is going to be strong, and Winding God really has nothing right now. Really needs that Captain Farron, surprisingly enough.
With this House Spider open, potentially Black Boss can have it with the double Fervor. Decides to only go with 1 House Spider, so he won't have it there. Could just go for the Heartwing though, and that's potentially just going to be enough.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if it's going to kill him with the number of freezes that that Winding God has, but it's certainly not going to be great.
Potentially, though, Winding God can find the win on the backswing after the fact. Got the freezes.
Yep, so he freezes 2, blocks 1, so he's taking 4, going down to 6. And actually, Casanova, two Noxian Fervors does it, right?
Yeah, let's see. So the Hecarim dies, he blocks. Yeah, like you said, he goes down to 6 or 5 even. And yeah, double Fervor can lock this up.
Oh, oh, right. He has to block the Hecarim or else it won't die.
It should have 1 attack because it leveled.
Oh, you're right. Okay. So that's just game.
But it is. Yeah, you're right. This is game.
Wow.
BlackBoss gonna drop Winding God to the losers bracket, our returning champ, in the very first round.
Wow. And
BlackBoss, the beast from Brazil, is moving on, going in winner's side.
Wow. And that was in quick fashion, Casanova. That was pretty straightforward. The Ash deck, which performed, I would argue, overperformed so much last week, just fell 0-2 to, the Pinky and the Brain, aka Vimer deck, but also to this Blood Riders deck. Maybe the Blood Riders deck, Casanova, is that the new hotness?
Look,
is that the new Bald Eagle?
Saying it's the hotness for so long. It doesn't feel like a good ladder deck because it does struggle a lot versus aggro. But the reason BlackBoss keeps bringing it and has had so much success with it over time is because it does so well against a lot of other tournament lists. It just has good matchups against these mid-range and control decks. It only comes down to when he finds aggro matchups that he tends to struggle. We do see an aggro lineup in the mix here with NicMakesPlays, but quick news here for you guys. Nick just lost to Random 7 in round 1, so BlackBoss is going to dodge him another round.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, Casa, we were talking about before the cast how this might actually be a longer night, but we're seeing these ones go down quick, Casa. Crazy. Yeah, we're already going to have BlackBoss versus Random 7 queued up for next round, but we can actually jump in to the other side of the bracket with Presto versus ChristmasTime here.
Yeah, and it looks like ChristmasTime has come away with an early 1-0 lead over Presto as we jump into game 2, and this is going to be that as Karma Mirror.
Yep.
Very, very methodical, slow matchup that we'll generally see, but both of them already ripping out some Shadow Assassins trying to cycle their decks.
Yeah, for those for the uninitiated to this matchup, these early turns, we're not going to be seeing a lot of action happening. We're going to be seeing a lot of trying to prevent the opponent from getting too much of an advantage, but we're not going to be seeing any crazy wins super early. We're going to see back and forth, little bits of development, trying to get targets here, trades here and there. And then once turn 10 happens, that's when the game really starts. We're kind of in the mulligan is just queuing up the deck. The actual first 10 turns of the game are the mulligan, and then at turn 10 is when the first rounds start for this match.
Yeah, very much so. And we do see actually the Chump played down. This is one that used to be a breaker in the Ezreal matchup because of the fact that you would start to play mushrooms and try and win with burn while not developing units. But in the Ez Karma matchup, actually Chump is a card that had been cut sometimes in the past. And so it's not always something that we see. And I'm curious to see how Presto decides to play these shrooms because they are going to fill his hand. And so he does want to potentially utilize them either as discard fodder or just to start putting damage onto ChristmasTime.
I will say Presto all week on Twitter has been talking about the fact that he is a huge advocate for Ezreal Karma over the Pinky and the Brain deck, actually, in tournament and on ladder. So he is one of the main proponents of the deck and is actually one of the elite players of the deck. So this is a matchup that I am certain Presto is very familiar with. I'm not as sure about Christmas Time, but if you're playing this deck, I'm sure you know the ins and outs of it. But man, I would not want to be going up against Presto in this mirror match.
Yeah, Christmas Time is a known Ezreal experimenter. He's run multiple different variations of Ezreal in tournament. We've actually seen, I think, the most success from Christmas Time when he's brought a Freljord Ezreal deck when it was off meta. So I know he does mess around with Ezreal quite a bit, and I am certain that Christmas Time has plenty of reps on this list. And so I am expecting this to be two Titans of Ezreal Karma duking it out, and they should both know the mirror quite well.
Yeah, so we are in for a treat for sure. And though we've seen a couple of matches already fire off, I believe Casanova, this one will go the distance.
Yeah, this one is what we expected at the start when we were talking before the show about, hey, this week might be a little bit longer than last just due to the volume of these Ezreal Karma lists that we're seeing. And yeah, this is going to be that mirror match. It can be pretty slow to start. A lot of decisions that have to be made, some slow turns for sure. But it'll be explosive once it starts getting to that turn 10 and onward.
Yeah, and we saw last week from Presto, actually, the turn 10, or maybe it was 10 mana. It was 10 mana, just setting up and playing a literal checkmate. Opponent cannot play anything. Karma, Ezreal, I think it was just leveled up Karma, fill the entire stack with burn spells and kill your opponent from 20.
Yeah, we did see that last week, which is insane. We know that this deck can find little openings like that. And right now, Presto, he's got two of the cards needed for that kind of combo.
True. Yeah, the Karmas are certainly going to be important here. And really, in the beginning turns, having played this deck clearly at a much lower level than these players myself, hand management is actually one of the most important things to do. How can you make it so that you actually have enough space in your hand to play these draw spells? And we'll see, a Claws of the Dragon just played out raw here. No free cast from it. Does not actually want to commit. They don't want to commit their spells for no value.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like they might even offer just the trade back and forth on these. Yeah. Neither of them wanting to give up Ezreal triggers. And Christmas Time's going to attempt to take a trigger for himself, cycle some cards. Yep. Maybe we'll see a deny from Presto even. Static Shock, so he's just going to duplicate it. He's just going to trade these.
Agreement. Yes, we'll trade off these resources back and forth. We each get one. Oh.
Ooh, okay.
But Christmas Time saying, I don't take that gentleman's agreement. Presto has the same option. I'm interested to see if he takes the same route.
Presto on a single deny. He has to consider if there are other cards that he wants to deny. He even considered denying the deny there instead of the static.
True gentleman's agreement.
Very much so.
So, some cards traded back and forth between the players. And we're back to the waiting game.
Then probably go back to slow playing for a while. Presto on 8 cards, so he does have 2 turns that he can pass. Christmas Time on 7. So they've got a few turns where they can kind of pass back and forth here. But this is going into turn 10. Christmas Time does drop the chump bump, and now Presto has the opportunity to play Karma Enlightened with an additional Karma in hand.
Yep, now the action begins. Also has the rummage to draw a good number of cards. Namely 4 with the leveled up Karma.
Okay, Will of Ionia presented here. Presto doesn't have an answer to that, but he can throw away 2 wills of his own to draw 4. Looking for more burn, I suppose. Looking for Ezreal. Finds Ezreal. And his last Karma. And gonna double the concussive palm. Spawn a couple dudes.
Yeah. 2 triggers of Ezreal, 6 power worth of units. I think you got to be okay with that. So 2, 4, 6, 8 cards in hand for Presto. Going to be 9 when the karma goes back. And I mean, the more turns of leveled up karma that go by for Presto without ChristmasTime having one, the worse certainly it's going to be for ChristmasTime, as the karma is just going to generate so much additional advantage, and it's going to only be a matter of time before Presto can find a spot to just play an Ezreal with a karma and just win immediately.
Yeah, Presto is going to have a very overwhelming advantage with the triple karma draw versus ChristmasTime having 0 karmas to start things off. This is going to make it very tough for ChristmasTime to come back, especially because we look at his hand and he actually doesn't have great ways to continue to remove the karmas. He does have this one Will of Ionia, and that will certainly help to stall it out for another turn, but bottom 15 cards in ChristmasTime still yet to find his karma.
Yeah, I mean, three karmas and an Ezreal versus 0 of either is certainly not the... I don't think that's the way to break this mirror, Casanova.
Yeah, no, certainly not. And it's going to be the Will yet again, so Presto has to consider if there's any spells that he can play here, or if he can just let this come back, and he's going to create a bunch of spells here.
Ooh, counterfeit copies as well is an interesting one. Opting not to play it. Although I believe he's going to want to play something. Okay,
yeah,
the Eye of the Dragon coming out.
Keeping that counterfeit copy is likely as discard fodder, as well as potentially this true shot. 4 of 8 on Ezreal too. So he's not very close. Once he gets the karma to stick again, though, he can start to find those stacks. Oh, okay. I think I see what he's doing here. So he's got the karmas already. Yes. So being able to get more mystic shots actually sets Presto up to just end the game by playing karma and a couple mystic shots on board.
Yep. I like it. Yeah, every single turn is just going to be karma, present, if not lethal, then just a lot of damage or a threat. And as we can see, the answers for ChristmasTime have run dry quite a bit here. There is 1 deny left, but I mean, that's really not going to be super relevant in terms of countering karma directly, at least.
Yeah, ChristmasTime's definitely in a tough spot. It does feel like he's a little bit unlucky in this game in not being able to find a karma early on, and Presto's been able to generate very big advantages by leveraging his karma, and ChristmasTime continually having to just put it back in hand with those Will of Ionias. It's definitely putting a tough spot and a very quick timer onto ChristmasTime here.
Yeah, I mean, this is the crunch time right now. I mean, Presto is just figuring out, how do I sequence these spells? How do I sequence my karmas? Do I need to mix in the Ezreal here? Can I do something that's uncounterable? What do I need to play around, etc.? And the sheer volume of cards in Presto's hand, I think, have to lead this to a victory. He just needs to. It's less about finding the win and more about avoiding the random loss out of nowhere for Presto here.
Yeah, I think that's a very fair point at this point in the game for Presto, because of the fact that he does have these karmas still available to come down. He can play it at initiative as well. So if ChristmasTime wants to play his own, if that's what Presto's considering, he'd still have the ability to start to answer that. So now Presto's soft passing with that attack. Kind of deciding what he wants to do. And yeah, he's got the second karma, so I don't see a reason not to develop one. And he has the option to end round and start with a 13 mana turn with karma. And it's possible that we see him take this.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, there's not there's just the second karma in terms of burst spells here, and there's not a ton of cheap spells, but there is burn. There is a good amount, and yeah, Presto just taking it.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, the pass going to 13 mana with a karma on board. This is very powerful. Doesn't get the most amazing top deck with another karma, actually, which is a weird thing to say. I think Presto would have liked to see a little bit more burn to try and start to leverage this advantage once again, try and put that damage down towards ChristmasTime's face, and it's going to just let his karma go back to hand and replay it.
Yep. That Will of Ionia, it likely saved ChristmasTime from dying this second, but man, that can't feel good.
Presto looks like he's not on 10 cards, is he? Okay. No, I miscounted there for a second, but this is getting close to checkmate here. This is going to be... Oh no, he does have lethal from hand. But of course, he's playing against a Ezreal Karma deck, and they do have ways to play around this. Right. So Presto has to slow play it, consider his options.
Yeah, and when you can turn the twin disciplines into a 6-mana burn spell effectively, I feel like you got to feel at least decent about that, though. The second concussive palm is going to come out, and I think, does this just open it up to the burn doing it outright here?
If we see this come down, this thermal beam, that will do it. This will open up the burn for Presto. He's got exactly enough. Unless I've miscounted, but no, that is 14.
6 plus 4 is 10, plus 4 is 14. Yep.
Yeah, Presto finds the burn with just the karma on board, and it's reminiscent of the 20 damage burn from Presto from last week. Not quite as much, but still gonna deal 14 and tie up the series with ChristmasTime 1-1, and that just leaves the Bald Eagle for Presto versus the Ezreal Karma from ChristmasTime in our final match of this series.
Yeah, definitely a different type of matchup. I think the Ezreal Karma deck feels a bit stronger in that matchup, but again, that's what Presto is left with here. It certainly can go the distance. You can have relatively aggressive draws with that Bald Eagle deck, that Brahma Nivea deck that we've seen so much since the last week. But I got to think overall the Ezreal Karma deck is favored in this matchup.
Yeah, I do have to agree with you here. I do think that this is the main thing that Presto has actually even talked about as being the kind of counter pick to Bald Eagle. He did recently release a Bald Eagle guide over on his YouTube channel, and I do believe that Ezreal Karma was talked about as being one of the rougher matchups. So he's going to have to go in already a little bit disadvantaged here in this game number 3. But if anyone can pilot this Bald Eagle list to success, it's going to be one of the originators with Presto going in and trying to take this win over ChristmasTime.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, the Bald Eagle deck, I think in general on ladder, even last week, really, really good meta call. Coming into this week, of course, the players end up knowing the deck lists once everyone's submitted, but you don't know what people are going to be running beforehand. So it seems that the meta has shifted away from more of the aggressive style and into a control meta where Bald Eagle is not the most favored, but we'll jump into the match and see if Presto can actually take down this Ezreal Karma deck with the Bald Eagle.
Yeah, and before the tournament, I actually caught up with ChristmasTime a little bit and talked to him about the field, about who he was playing against. And I will say, if ChristmasTime can win this, it's going to be huge for his confidence because he's played so many top cuts. And he actually said the person that he feels he struggles with the most and that plays the most solid out of anyone he's faced is Presto. And ChristmasTime has had sets against Winding God, against Fresh Lobster, against all these other top players. But to him, Presto is the big bad. He is the beast that he has to deal with. And he's already in a good spot for this series going up against Presto.
Yeah, certainly ChristmasTime certainly has navigated this to a favorable position. And yeah, absolutely. I mean, taking down one of the, I mean, everyone in this event right now is a top level player at the moment. So you're not going to have, there's no easy matchups coming into a fight night. But a player like Presto, who has had so much tournament success over the past few months and weeks that we've had LOR competitive around, it's got to be a really good feeling going into the following rounds.
Yeah, for sure. I think ChristmasTime would be happy to try and ride that momentum through this fight night if he can find the win. But Presto, starting out, stopping an Ezreal trigger, drawing a ton of cards. So he's got a full fist to deal with. And there's going to be Eyes of the Dragon on the board for ChristmasTime. Grasp can deal with it, but obviously playing that 5-mana card, using all your mana and tapping out to just deal with this 2-drop isn't your favorite thing in the world. And as far as Bald Eagle, I've played the deck a lot, and still I can't tell you what is the most optimal line for Presto right now going up against Ezreal Karma.
Well, I think the level 1 play is to just go with the Braum, right? And have an open attack, create a Mighty Poro. But what does that actually do? It's not really presenting too much of a threat. It's just putting a little bit more damage on the board. It's creating a little bit more pressure, but not a ton. Presto actually going for the Avarosian Sentry instead and banking 3 spell mana all the while.
Yeah. Also, if he had gone for that Braum, potentially, you know, he would have been playing directly into a Thermogenic Beam, which we see that ChristmasTime has. And I think Presto very likely considered that. He said, my opponent's on 5 mana. If I play Braum at 5 health, it's just going to get Thermoed. And we're going to see this 8 mana Thermo still going to be the response to Braum.
Yeah, the Thermo doesn't go away. And I mean, this is exactly what we were talking about, Casa. Both of these decks aren't putting on a ton of early pressure. The problem is that a lot of these ancillary cards in Presto's deck, I mean, you see the box, you see these Kindly Tavern Keepers, they're all, and even these Grasps, they're all very anti-aggro. The cards in ChristmasTime's deck that aren't his finishers are technically anti-aggro, but they're also putting on pressure. Static Shock can go to the face. Get Excited can also go to the face. All of it, the burn-based strategy, being able to deal damage to the opponent's Nexus, is really going to end up being much more effective than these Grasps and the boxes and even the Ruinations.
Yeah, and even if Presto continually answers everything on board, if he plays too many units and he allows ChristmasTime to level his Ezreal, it's essentially just going to be game. It's very hard for Presto to respond to, of course, well, you can't respond to the full burst lethal, so Presto has to keep himself at 20 HP and not allow Ezreal and Karma to end a turn on the board together.
Yep. Absolutely. And we see, I mean, this is about as much pressure as this deck can put on. Playing a Rekindler that's been pumped up by an Omen Hawk, getting a Braum back, with a Tavern Keeper as well. ChristmasTime deciding, I do not want that Mighty Poro to come out. May even take 5 from the Rekindler. Nope. Deciding where this Chump Wump is going to block.
This is interesting. Denying the Mighty Poro, like you mentioned. And then going to chump with the Chump Wump. Gonna chump with the Wump.
Yep.
Doesn't have a quick way to remove this Rekindler at this point, though.
No, I'm imagining that this Eye of the Dragon is going to come out at some point for free. Oh, it being right now.
right now, of course.
That does deal with that. And I do see the logic behind stunning the Braum. And we've talked in the past about how this deck, yes, Ezreal Karma can get to the late game and has very good answers to threats, but it has very good answers to tall or very big threats, but a small number of them. Will of Ionia, Thermogenic Beam. If the board gets too wide, that's where Presto all of a sudden starts to get an advantage. And even something like the Mighty Poro coming out is more of a threat to ChristmasTime, at least in his estimation, than the other options for that concussive palm last turn.
Yeah, and once again, thermogenic beam being picked up by ChristmasTime to deal with this Braum. So he's going to slam that one down, and looks like there's a spell in response. I actually didn't see which one was being cast. Oh, a Vile Feast. Okay, going to try and spawn the Poro. Does get
it. Both players in this match really, truly seeing the value of Mighty Poro, going at all costs to either try to prevent it or try to spawn it. I love it.
Yeah, I mean, this is good. This is basically you're just kind of, I mean, nullifying the removal spell to an extent. You're still generating another unit, playing a 2-mana 3/3 Overwhelm and a 1/1 Spider in response to your opponent tapping out. It's quite powerful here, and the attack token's coming back to Presto. So he does have the opportunity to start generating some pressure.
Yeah, and I mean, we see another 2 Rekindlers in the hand of Presto. So the pressure can keep on coming. And while Presto worked so hard to get that Mighty Poro, it is going to get taken out by Get Excited. But if you're Presto, you have to be happy with that, right? That's a burn spell gone. It's another card. Granted, it was a Puffcaps card, but it's another card out of the hand of ChristmasTime, slowly lowering the resources of ChristmasTime while putting on a little bit of pressure.
Yeah, I mean, this is still looking rough for Presto due to the fact that ChristmasTime has now leveled Ezreal, and he's only down on 13. So it's very hard for Presto to generate 13 damage. He hasn't seen an Anivia all game, and it's turn 10. ChristmasTime's got Enlightened Karma, he's got leveled Ezreal, and we see that that is a rummage in the hand alongside this combination, which is incredibly powerful.
Yep. I think Presto was planning on, okay, next turn, it's either going to be leveled up Ezreal or leveled up Karma. I'm going to get him with this Ruination and just hope. Well, not even going for it. Just passes it back. ChristmasTime. Does ChristmasTime sniff out danger, or does he go in with the leveled up Ezreal?
I think it's unlikely he goes for the Ezreal here due to the fact that he knows Ruination is a big threat. I think it would be way too risky to go for the Ezreal now. He probably just takes this pass, because then if he wants to play Ezreal, he can actually play it with 10 mana to try and burn out his opponent.
Yeah, and ChristmasTime realizes that exactly, and just passes it back, and now has the full 13, 10 regular plus 3 spell mana to deal with, or to work with on this turn. Is going to get a full grip of cards alongside an Ezreal. So the question is, how much damage can ChristmasTime do in response to what I'm assuming will be this Ruination?
Yep, so looks like that will come down. No, the box first.
Okay.
So that's 3 damage onto the Ezreal.
Still might as well rummage. Gain a little more information.
Finds another Ezreal. Finds health potion. Finds Karma. Oh, man. I mean, there's a world where ChristmasTime just finds lethal right now.
Right.
If he generates enough burst spells.
Yep, there's another 4 damage for 1 mana, unreactable. Oh, by the way, I'll gain 6 life too, so any pressure you put on me is almost completely nullified.
Yeah, the Karma can come down. Okay, just gonna let the box through first. He doesn't have to. He doesn't have to do anything.
Yeah, might as well generate. Play Chump Wump, generate another 8 damage.
Oh, that's just it then. That's enough. He's got enough mana. Yeah, that's just it. That is just going to do it for ChristmasTime. He's got enough in the form of burst spells to finish this with the 2 mushrooms, with this Karma spell in hand. Yeah, he's gonna be able to do it.
I'm really kind of wondering what was the thought process for the box there over just the Ruination. I mean, it's pretty hopeless, I think, either way. But I'm curious.
So I think what it does is it opens up reactivity to Presto. So in the event that another spell is put onto the stack, he can grasp on top of it. So there would be an opportunity. But in general, that situation for Presto is almost unwinnable. It's a very, very tough situation. And I think he was trying his best. I think he probably calculated that it would give him a slightly better chance at surviving. But at the end of the day, not going to be enough in Christmas time. Like we mentioned, he wanted to take down Presto. He talked about how he thinks he's one of the best players, if not the best player he's personally played against in tournament. He has a lot of respect for Presto, and it's going to be a big confidence booster to Christmas time going into the future rounds.
Yeah, I mean, Casanova, we saw our first and second place, both of our re-invited players go down into the losers bracket in the first round. So we may be seeing a new champ. We may be seeing new champions here in Fight Night Legends, but we do have man, craziness already, Casa.
Yeah, the one thing we know is that we won't be seeing Presto versus Winding God in the final. That is something we know cannot happen. True. They have both dropped to the losers bracket. And I think the next round will likely be going ChristmasTime versus Gvuardya. Not 100% certain about that, but I am very excited.
Yeah,
see that matchup.
Yeah, should definitely be a really great matchup to jump into. And I mean, yeah, with the matches all now finished, we've got BlackBoss versus Random 7 and ChristmasTime versus Gvuardya in on the winner's side. We've got Winding God versus NicMakesPlays and Presto versus GdayMaverick on the bottom loser side of the bracket. Of course, we're going to stick with the winner side as we move into round number 2, and we'll be following the winner side up until the loser semis, and where we'll drop down and check out that match and then watch the rest of the matches from there on out.
Yeah, but I mean, now considering the two kind of tournament favorites, the returning players from last week, have dropped to the losers bracket, do you have a new kind of tournament favorite going forward for the rest of the set so far? Because I was very impressed with BlackBoss. I personally, I think he's looking good. He's looking good for the event right now.
I've got to agree with you. I mean, chat was hyping up BlackBoss a lot. I mean, granted, I will say Brazilian fans come out in force, and they are great. I love seeing the Brazil love in chat. They're hyping up BlackBoss, but you know, maybe toning that down from a caster perspective. I do think BlackBoss played extremely well against Winding God, but credit where credit's due. ChristmasTime also navigated the match that we saw him play against Presto very well. Granted, it was a very favored matchup, but again, it's not always about it's not always about winning the super close matchups. It's making sure you can win the matches that you're supposed to win, and that certainly tells a lot.
Yeah, and we will get to see some more of these matches very soon, but we will be right back with more Fight Night Legends after a short break. Don't go anywhere. Blevins, you're muted. Hey, welcome back to Giant Slayer's Fight Night Legends, brought to you by Juked GG. If you want to find your esports all in one place, go check out juke.gg, !legends in the chat to learn more about that. But we will very shortly be jumping into the matchup of BlackBoss versus Random 7. Super excited for this match. Blevins, what are your thoughts on this one?
Ooh, this is going to be... we're going to be seeing at least a couple of different decks. We did see both of BlackBoss's decks last round, or at least... yeah, we did see both last round. We saw the Blood Riders deck, which was super strong and really explosive there against Winding God. But we're going to see a little bit of a different flavor. I say a little bit on purpose here from Random 7. We are going to be seeing another Ezreal Karma thrown into the mix here. Pretty standard list, nothing too crazy. But we're also going to be seeing our first entry of Deep, or the Maokai Nautilus Sea Monsters deck, as it is referred to a lot, or as we call it, Big Bilge.
Yes, of course, Big Bilge, as it should be called. Yeah,
the story of Big Bilge goes. Yeah. I'm not going to go into the whole lore of Big Bilge on this cast. Maybe that's for another day. But yes, we are. We do see the Ezreal Karma deck here for BlackBoss. Or sorry, this for Random 7 here, and. Yeah, I mean, pretty standard list here, but we're actually going to jump right in as well. And it looks like Random 7 has queued up the Ezreal Karma. BlackBoss queued up the Pinky in the Brain, aka Vimer deck.
Yeah, it looks like it will be that. And this matchup we have seen a couple times. It can go either way, but if it is a very good draw from the Heimerdinger list, then they can kind of run over that Ezreal Karma. Right now, it looks like, just a little bit of technical issues with the hand for BlackBoss, but we'll get that for you guys shortly. For now, we'll just be looking at Random 7's hand, and we see he's got a lot of removal tools to deal with early pressure. That's going to be a Mystic Shot quickly going down onto the Chem Punk, or as Blevins like to say, Chemp Monk.
I wasn't going to bring it up, but here we are. Yeah, the Chemp. I thought it was called. I legitimately thought it was called Chemp Monk for the longest time, even though that doesn't make any sense. I know. And there it is again. The second Chem Punk, and the second Mystic Shot as well.
All right, there it goes. Mystic on to the Pickpocket again. And so Random 7 just dealing with all of the early threats, but that is resources being used that won't be available once BlackBoss hits that turn 5 and potentially goes for the spawning of a bunch of elusives and becomes that elusive burn deck.
Yeah, that's the beauty of a card like Chempunk. It is a cheap card that is, it's not going to necessarily win the game outright on the spot, but it absolutely demands an answer as soon as it hits the board, because if it hits even once, it's so good to draw a spell from your deck. It's absolutely great. So warranting, both pieces of burn currently in Random 7's hand, which again, like you said, is going to make the OTK much harder for the Ezreal Karma deck.
Right, and yeah, this is going to be Heimer Flash available. There isn't going to be protection if Heimer Flash comes down on 5, so we might just see that on 6 instead. So yeah, that's going to be the pass straight away from BlackBoss, and Random 7 now going to go ahead and go for the Shadow Assassin, trying to draw into more. Yeah,
needs to start putting either drawing answers to these threats. Though I mean, the Static Shock is actually quite a good answer because it does deal with 2 bots. The BlackBoss decides to develop the Heimer. Flash comes out.
Yeah, okay, so there's the Flash. So now Random does have the potential to try and go for some removal, but I think he believes that there is likely going to be a Twin Disciplines as this was slammed down. So there's protection being feigned, and Random 7's just going to go for the clear instead.
Yeah, I mean, this is a, it's a fine play for sure. It's a hedge. We obviously know we have the benefit of seeing both players' hands, and we know that the thermogenic beam could have come out and gone for the kill on Heimer, but Random 7 making the more conservative play and just going for the clear of the bot plus a damage on Heimer and an additional tick for Ezreal.
Yeah, and so this is going to be, you know, some cheap bots coming out for BlackBoss, but he doesn't have a ton of 3-cost spells. In fact, he has no 3-cost spells right now, so there is some opportunity for Random to kind of catch up. Sorry, that quick correction. Deep Med he did trigger is just a little bit of delay. Deep Med he triggered on the last turn, so it's 1 3-mana spell, and we'll see if he draws into more. But he's got protection with the Spirit's Refuge. He's got ways to defend Heimer, and there is a Twin Disciplines, which is an even better pickup for the BlackBoss.
Yeah. Remember Casanova when Deep Meditation was air quotes here nerfed to 5 mana. Remember when it was nerfed, and now when it gets its cost reduced, it actually now costs 3 mana. Yeah, huge nerf there. Certainly doesn't feel like a nerf in the Heimer deck though, as a Floor Begone bot is now generated off of that Deep Meditation. And we've seen some good answers from Random, but man, the Heimer deck can just gets so much value out of every single spell it plays. It can protect the Heimer, also start generating threats that need to be answered as well. It's just, this is really showcasing the power of this Pinky in the Brain deck.
Yeah, it's constantly putting out pressure right now, and Random 7 does have the ability to play this Karma with protection from that earlier Divine Shield that was put on it, that earlier barrier, but it is going to be immediately sent back with the Will of Ionia from BlackBoss, and he gets to bank 3 spell mana. So this is just a lot of aggression, and it's going to be very tough for Random 7 to stabilize this game. Matchup can be quite difficult if you cannot remove that Heimer immediately, and that has so far been the case for Random 7.
Yeah, at some point, I guess if you can't kill the Heimer early, you just ignore it. I guess that's at least seems to be the line that Random took. But now we see the Heimer actually leveling up here. So now every bot that BlackBoss ends up generating is going to get a +1/+1 bonus, and not a ton of pressure coming out for Random either. All going to just be answered by the bots.
Yeah, just continually BlackBoss gets to keep putting out pressure, and it doesn't come at the cost of cards, or at least it's kind of 2 for 1 on the cards. He plays a card, gets a bot, and it's just outvaluing Random 7 right now. He's having to use real cards to deal with bots that were generated from Heimer. And it's just slowly, well, not even slowly, it's quickly putting him very far behind.
Yeah, the good news for Random is that even though there's a bot here and a bot there, really not a lot of pressure immediately put down by the Heimerdinger deck here. And as we've seen many times in the past, the Ezreal Karma deck wins all of a sudden, right? It's not a slow burn of doing a little bit of damage here and a little bit of damage there. It's all at once. So
yeah.
Random 7 just trying to stay alive to get to that late game where he can have a leveled up Karma and go from there.
Yeah, and Random gonna go for one of these 2 thermo beams, trying to go for the Vi, and it's just answered by a Spirit's Refuge. So this is just going to be 4 mana for 5 mana, and BlackBoss once again generates a bot. So he's getting a 5/2 for free on top of stopping the removal. He is in a very commanding position, and Random is going to have a hard time coming back. He does have Deny. He's got, another Thermo Beam, but when we look over on the side of BlackBoss, he has plenty of answers to keep his threats on the board.
Now, I don't think that this play is going to happen, but can you Transmogrifier 2 of your own units? Could he make 2 Vi's here? Can you target? I see that card so infrequently that I'm not even sure. I'm not even sure how it works, but it would be interesting if we just see an aggressive Transmogrifier, if that's even possible.
Yeah, it can't be used on champions. It's only followers.
Okay.
So it definitely, that would be insane. if he got two Vi's, that'd be very, very horrifying to watch. But yeah, no, it does not. It's not going to be able to do that much here on the aggressive side. Potentially, you could turn one of the ground-based units into an air-based unit to try and push more damage. But overall, 6
probably
mana.
Not relevant here, but it certainly could. It theoretically could be.
Right. But it could find some use potentially later in this game.
Yeah. And an extremely commanding position from BlackBoss here. Just how does he navigate it? Again, this is another scenario where it's like the win it's not about finding the win, it's about avoiding the loss. How can he put enough pressure on and also, not randomly die to the turn 10 Karma Ezreal?
Yeah, and it looks like this is going to be burn committed from random, going towards one of the elusives, try and block it. And he knows that Vault Breaker is still there. He knows that is still a looming threat, that BlackBoss can still pump up these units.
Yeah, can still pump up the units if he wants. He does have Get Excited and Will of Ionia, though is only able to cast one of them. So at this point, I mean, the line is clear. Ignore Heimer, deal with the bots when you can, and just try to get to this point where, I mean, we do see double Karma. We're coming up on turn 10. A little bit of burn, some mushrooms. Maybe we can get something going here if we're random. I mean, this is obviously the turn, right? We're going to see a bunch of damage done, a flipped Vi, and there's really not a lot of ways to protect the Karma on a following turn from that Vi.
And right now, I mean, it's so much damage being threatened onto random. He can consider going for removal on the Heimer or on one of these elusives, but at the end of the day, he's just using more resources, and he knows that BlackBoss can just refill the board. He can just play this Vault Breaker again as it's fleeting in his hand and generate another elusive. So instead, see nothing played here from random 7. He's going to look to probably set up a Karma and then hopefully find a way to survive on the subsequent turns.
Right. Yeah, I mean, that's got to be the line. There's really no other. He's ignored Heimer this whole time. For him to commit any resources to killing it now would essentially have thrown this game plan in the garbage from the beginning.
Yeah, it seems like it. I mean, here's the Karma now. It's going to come down. He's got 7 mana to play with here. It's not a ton, but we'll see if he can actually find any opportunities. I just think that this game is very likely done. I mean, it looks like there's just an overwhelming amount of defense available for BlackBoss and board refill, and there's even another Heimer if he loses one. So this is looking very, very good for BlackBoss. I just don't... I'm trying to find the way in, and I don't see a crack in the armor of BlackBoss here. This Pinky in the Brain deck doing what it does best, and being an aggressive elusive burn list.
Yeah, I'm wondering if the Vi... So Vi can be Will of Ionia to save the Karma. He's got 3 blockers for ground units. The problem is, well, he really only needs to kill... Yeah, there's just so... Because effectively, the 5-2 also has elusive. Yeah, I think this one's just... Okay, the suit up actually makes the Dragonling able to block.
Yeah, and then there's the ability to remove the elusive here. We'll see the pump from BlackBoss most likely, or actually Deny can come down. I think BlackBoss actually does have checkmate based on cards in hand.
It seems...
Oh, no, Deny wouldn't work. So, okay, so no, he doesn't quite, because this is going to be a pump from...
He could Spirit's Refuge on the 5-2 to prevent the life gain, which would mean that the Vi...
the Vi would still win.
Kills. Yeah.
Yeah.
Or Transmogrify.
This works too.
That works too.
This could be denied.
Yeah.
But that will tap him out of mana for now there to be a buff on one of the other units.
a buff, or there's a number of
will.
Okay. The will coming out that does save him actually.
For now. Now we see the twin disciplines.
Right. Yeah. Twin disciplines coming out will put 7 damage, and we see there's trail of evidence. Can it generate something that's relevant?
Sonic Wave, flame droppers? Nope.
That's gonna be it.
And there it is. BlackBoss taking game 1 over Random 7. And once again, finding that victory on Pinky and the Brain, that Weimerdinger deck, going on to play his patented Blood Riders to try and find a win over the next 2 games.
Yeah, it looks like Pinky and the Brain is tossing him up, and we'll see if it can happen again. But the Blood Riders last match against Winding God slammed it down. And Random 7 is up against the wall. I'm wondering, does he queue up Karma Ezreal again, or does he go for the deep deck here?
Well, you've got to win with it no matter what. So realistically, It's your first queue that can matter. But after that, it really is just kind of preference on what you are feeling at that moment. Mm-hmm. And since at this point he's lost game 1, he's got to win with both. We're just going to see that requeue of Karma Ezreal once more, going up against Blood Riders. And BlackBoss, I mean, he likes to see this matchup. This isn't one that he never feels bad about seeing a controller combo deck, because that is kind of what Blood Riders is made to deal with, what it's made to beat, are these slower lists that allow him to get that setup time. Because even when Random 7 sits there and removes the creatures that BlackBoss presents, he just has Harrowing and Rekindlers to follow it up later.
True. It can, we've talked about it in the past a number of times, Casanova. These mid-range type of decks, mid-range, even pushing into not control, but like mid-range later game decks like this Blood Riders, it's all about having a timing attack. It's not a super aggressive deck. It's not a super aggressive deck where you're necessarily going to be going super underneath these control decks, but you're ramping up to a point. You're creating a huge amount of advantage just on board, and then finishing it off with either a Hecarim or maybe a Vlad, a Harrowing, a Rekindler. There's so many late game threats that it can overwhelm this Ezreal Karma deck before it can get off.
Yeah, and once again, we see BlackBoss start with Disciple Demolitionist combo. Very powerful start, and he's even got a Transfusion as well, which is going to allow some additional damage to be presented at burst speed. So there's a very good aggressive start for BlackBoss, and he gets to follow it with Hecarim Rekindler on 6-7. So this is looking like a very strong opening from BlackBoss, and he can develop an attack in with this Transfusion. He's threatening a lot of damage, deciding to go for the double House Spider to go as wide as possible.
We've talked about the Ezreal Karma deck having trouble dealing with a wide board, and BlackBoss just makes the board as wide as it could possibly be on turn 4, and even has the Transfusion to boot.
Yep, gonna hold it off for now. It looks like we'll see that attack go in, and now Random 7 doesn't have any spells he can play it fast, so he's just going to present blockers, and we get to see the Transfusion threaten an additional 4 damage if that's the line BlackBoss wants to go for. He can just deal 4, but instead is going to deal 2 and clear away the Eye of the Dragon. I think this is a completely reasonable play as well. Get rid of the only blocker that's on the board, prevent any Dragonlings from being spawned. It is quite a powerful move from BlackBoss to not take that 2 damage. He knows he can find it later.
Yeah, it's unlike a Darius-based aggressive deck. BlackBoss is not going to have trouble finding that extra 2 damage later. And in fact, the Dragonling is going to threaten to gain more than that in the later on. So really like that play from BlackBoss.
Yeah, heads up, of course. And now Random going to develop Ezreal. He realizes he's on the back foot. He's got to start removing these things. He needs to generate extra value with these Mystic shots, but it's looking pretty dire. He can go for the Thermo Beam, remove another 2/2, but we see what's in the other side. We know what's coming for turn 6, and Random does have a way to slow it down. He can slow down the pain train a little bit with Sir William of Ionia, but it's still looking tough.
Yeah, the concussive bomb coming out now. Doesn't even want the Hecarim to attack. Could not have come out faster. Says no. Not letting you generate anything here. But attack still coming in from BlackBoss. Not super strong. But with Random 7 on 7 HP, certainly not where he wants to be.
Yeah, BlackBoss just making room for the Shadow of War to run over Random 7 on a future turn, clearing out blockers, and it's still looking really dicey. But Random 7, he's got a little reprieve. He's got his attacking turn, generating a Mystic Shot, removing a little bit more, finding some time to draw some cards, level this Ezreal. Yep. And he's got the will once again to try and slow down the Hecarim. So there's a little bit of potential for him to start to claw back, but it's not looking amazing at 7 HP.
No, it's really not. And it looks like he's been hovering over this Karma, wondering if he just wants to try to get a random spell and honestly also just be able to block at this point. Going for the Static Shock instead. Ooh,
okay, Yone. That's the one of Yone. That's a good pickup, and that's a leveled Ezreal.
The Yone could be huge here. Especially, it's likely that open attacks are coming out anyway, but if they don't, this Yone is going to absolutely slow this game down. Potentially enough to the point where Random can actually come back, but the open attack does come in.
Deep Med snap played. He's looking for something. Yeah. Okay, there we go. Gonna be able to prevent lethal for sure with this Will of Ionia.
Right, but
he's got another Ezreal in hand too.
True. Casa, is this not over?
I think Random actually might have this game. Culling Strike is a big draw for BlackBoss though. Potentially that could still keep him in it because he does have more pressure with this Rekindler, or sorry, not the Rekindler, but he can replay Hecarim. Culling Strike can answer the additional Ezreal if Random goes too quickly here. If Random waits till next turn to play Ezreal, he can start to set up some big moves.
Yeah, I don't know that he has a reason to. I guess if he wants to open attack with Ezreal, potentially, but
I think he passes, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, no intention of playing the Ezreal last turn, so.
Oh, and that's a huge draw. Wait a minute.
Another Deep Med. He might be. BlackBoss might be dead now.
Yeah, he might just have it.
5.
So the attack, this is going to prompt Culling. Culling comes down, and now Random gets to spam out spells.
He's got 9. 10,
Rummage.
Rummage is huge. He can oh no, he doesn't have enough mana. Oh, no, he does. He could present lethal with Mystic Shot, Get Excited plus Rummage. That would present lethal.
Oh,
and
you know what he might do? He might let this go and just slam Karma. Is there any vengeance in this deck? Is there any answer to that play?
There is.
There's 2 vengeance. Okay, that's a little too risky. It's a little too risky. You can't go for that line. So we see him go for the Rummage. I think that might have been that thought there. That pause for a second was, hey, maybe I go for Karma because then essentially Get Excited plus Mystic would pretty much just get me there.
Right.
But no, he can't go for that. And instead, he tries to chance this, and there's no response, so he's going to find it. Random pulls it back and takes us to game 3.
Wow.
Gonna be having to take down BlackBoss on his signature Blood Riders with, I believe, the other list available is Sea Monsters, which I think is it's a bit better of a matchup than that was. We'll see if he can find it, though. It is still a slower deck, and maybe once again, BlackBoss can get off to an early aggressive start and try and just run over the deep list before it reaches deep.
I have to imagine that BlackBoss wanted to get the well, obviously he wanted to get the victory there. That goes without saying. But I think if given the choice between which deck he would rather play against with Blood Riders, I think it's got to be Karma Ezreal. The deep deck just in general, it's playing more on the same axis as the Blood Riders in regards to it ramps up at around the same time. And it also, cards like Dead Bloom Wanderers, cards like Jaw Hunters are going to slow down BlackBoss's game quite a bit.
Yeah, it does look like BlackBoss's hand has lagged out, so we'll see if we can get that corrected for you guys in just a moment. But for now, it's starting out. We do have Dead Bloom Wanderer and Jaw Hunters in the opening hand for random 7.
Yep.
So he's got a couple 3-drops in the early game to kind of answer the initial aggression that BlackBoss can present. And we'll see if BlackBoss once again has that Disciple start. And no, he doesn't. House Spider on 2, though, is available.
House Spider on 2 is there and is fine, but it's just not that much pressure. It's really, I mean, we see this hand is very slow from BlackBoss. And I mean, the Harrowing and Vlad and Hecarim, I mean, it's all there, but is it going to be enough? Now BlackBoss is playing the longer game than random 7. He needs to survive to the late game where he can have a huge Harrowing turn.
Yeah, I think part of me feels like this actually looks feasibly quite good for BlackBoss. Going 5, 6, and then potentially 7 being the Harrowing if his 2 champions are answered seems very powerful because it is just like enough damage to get there. Those champions are so strong together. It's really going to depend on what kind of defense that random 7 can put forward prior to that. He's going to start building up this defense early on, starting to get some things on the board to try and defend against all these aggressive options that BlackBoss will be playing on 5, 6, 7. And we'll see if it can be enough to deal with that Vlad Hecarim.
Yeah, I mean, right now there's not a ton of... There's only 1 sea monster in hand for random. There's not a ton of pressure. The Maokai can be all right, but I don't know if the Maokai win condition is what he's going to be going for here. We do see 2 culling strikes in the hand of BlackBoss as well. Maokai is not long for this world.
Yeah, I mean, Maokai gets answered by Culling Strike, which is great for BlackBoss, and he picked up Vengeance and Ruination, which are 2 of the best removal tools to dealing with Sea Monsters lists in general. They're very good against this deck, so I actually, the more I look at this, the more I like BlackBoss's position in this game. It just plays a little bit slower than that, like, kind of early aggro ramp. It gets to that late game power that we have talked about with this deck and having the Harrowing to just finish off control decks, not being able to answer the onslaught of Vlads and Hecarims. And that's potentially what we're going to see here.
Yeah, and Casanova, I have one question for you.
Yeah, what is it, buddy?
Y'all ready for this? Sorry. Had to do it. We didn't get to do it at all last week because we saw 0 Jaw Hunters, but we got it this week. I'm happy. I'm done. Bye, everybody.
Yeah, Giant Slayer's been missing that one. That's a classic from the old days.
It absolutely is. But no, I agree with you. I agree with you entirely, Casanova. BlackBoss, very, very different from last game. His deck has turned into more of a control deck. I mean, look at this. He's got Vengeance. He's got Ruinations. The Harrowing is going to come down as a late game finisher here. It is almost like it's an entirely different deck than we saw last game. Kind of crazy.
Yeah, and now, BlackBoss answering this Withering Wail, which is just 5 mana, do nothing, because BlackBoss gets to utilize that Glimpse Beyond and refill his hand even more. He's got, like we talked about before, a full fistful of cards and another Harrowing to even follow the first, so he can start to use them fairly aggressively, even if he loses that Hecarim.
Yep, and the Culling Strike coming down to kill a Abyssal Eye. I mean, again, just these value Culling Strikes. Killed a 4 mana champion. It's now going to kill a 5 mana unit for just 3 mana. Gotta feel great if you're BlackBoss here. I mean, what is he even afraid of here? If things get out of hand, Ruination comes down. If it's just 1 threat, he's easily dealing with that.
Yeah, and now he even picks up Disciple Demo, so he's got some damage, but I don't even know if that's relevant. I mean, he's gonna go in with the Hecarim. If this Hecarim dies off, he does have double harrowing. So the first one brings back Hecarim and Vlad, and then the second one brings back 2 Hecarims and 2 Vlads. So it's just getting stronger and stronger for BlackBoss with this hand. And he's got multifaceted threats. He's got different ways that he can find the win here. And like you mentioned, he's got that emergency ruination if things get out of hand.
I mean, is there any path to victory if you're random 7 here? I mean, what? I'm just trying to think what it could be.
Oh no.
Okay. Oh, and the sad Poro. I was trying to think if there was a reason for that, but I think it was just either a misclick or a misread there, because that was a 6-mana 4/4. Period.
Oh, random just hovered over the Abyssal. I wonder if he actually just literally misclicked the sea monster that he was trying to play.
Yeah, I think so.
And that's huge. I mean, an eye to draw cards there is actually pretty good.
Yeah.
Whereas this Devourer of the Depths, which I was going to say a way back in would be to devour a Hecarim so it doesn't come back with the Harrowing.
Right.
That would be a way back in, but he can't do that now. He lost his Devourer. That's devastating. Yeah. That actually might just cost him. It did look bad already. It looked like BlackBoss was in the driver's seat, but that could seal the deal on this match.
I mean, looking at this hand now, I mean, it's pure gas for BlackBoss, and it's nothing for random 7 here. So that certainly was an unfortunate play. And now the pressure's starting to get exerted. I mean, a harrowing here can come out. And that's going to, I mean, that in and of itself I don't think it's going to be lethal, though. I could be wrong about that.
Yeah, the first harrowing is bringing back a Vladimir and a Hecarim. It might be enough to deal 12 here. It certainly could be.
Bringing back. Oh, it brings back the Spectral Riders. Okay.
Yeah. So Nautilus there to block.
Old 7-mana 0/12 territory.
Yeah, if he had third culling or something here, it'd be very big.
He already played the third culling.
Did he actually?
Yeah,
oh wow!
He killed 2 Abyssal Eyes and a Maokai with 3 callings.
Oh man, I saw the first 2. I didn't see the third. Okay, so this is Hecarim leveling up, gonna be buffing up those ephemerals that attack before him. So it is very much going to be lethal here. He's got plenty of damage, the extra damage from the Vlad as well, and this is the power of the Harrowing in this deck. A great draw overall. It looked, initially at first glance, it was like, oh no, early game. But in this matchup, he just has to get this online. He's got to get the Hecarim, the Vladimir online. And BlackBoss, again, Blood Riders finding his way to another victory. And that's going to be BlackBoss moving on to the winners finals to face the winner of ChristmasTime versus Gvuardya.
Yeah, I mean, the Blood Riders deck in relative obscurity beforehand. I mean, if you're a BlackBoss fan, you've seen it. If you've watched a lot of the tournaments with BlackBoss in them, you've seen it here and there, but certainly not, I don't think, topping anyone's meta tier list, at least not that I've seen. It took down in pretty commanding fashion some of the top decks in the format right now. And we saw both halves of it too. We saw a very aggressive line from it against the Ezreal Karma deck, and then we saw it almost look like a control deck specifically against that deep deck. So a very versatile deck that we don't see that much. Yeah,
and we'll have more Blood Riders to come, and as well as more top-level Legends of Runeterra action right here on Giant Slayer Fight Night Legends. Coming back in just a moment, but we're going to take a quick break. Please don't go anywhere. Welcome back to Fight Night Legends. We're jumping straight in to our other winners semis match between Gvuardya and ChristmasTime. It is a 1-game lead, I believe, for Gvuardya, actually.
Yep.
And so we'll get that correct on your screen as well in just a second. But Gvuardya is playing this Karma Ezreal going up against Deep right now. He does have the Ezreal on board. Looks like a lot of pressure being created.
Yeah, man, this is a crazy game state we're jumped into. We have what looks like somewhere near 30 plus power on the side of ChristmasTime, but a leveled up Ezreal in play for Gvuardya. So it's a tough one to call. Let's see, we've got 2, 4 plus 5 is 9. Plus 3 is 12 damage that could be played for Gvuardya, but...
Is that including the attack from Ezreal? It looks like he probably doesn't have enough mana. We'll see if we can move that deck tracker little thing on the screen so we can get the mana in a second as well. So we can see how much, but clearly he doesn't have enough to play out his hand.
Right.
Else I expect he would have. Instead, removing a unit off the board, and that's going to be Devour on Ezreal. That likely should just seal the deal here.
Yeah, I'm wondering why the attack didn't come out first.
Yeah, it's hard to say. So he would have had 6 mana initially. So potentially it would have been worth going for the attack. There's the elusive. He cleared away the elusive. That's right. That makes sense.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
So he used the Get Excited to clear the elusive. He was going to swing in after the fact, try to get a Mystic Shot, use that, try and get every point of damage that he could out of the hand that he had. I think, yeah, he played that properly. He just didn't quite have enough juice to get through Deep. And yeah, this looks like it's going to be Deep actually beating Karma Ez. And now ChristmasTime versus Gvuardya, it's going to be the mirror. It's going to be Karma Ez mirror once again. We saw it earlier. We saw Presto take out ChristmasTime in this mirror. We'll see if ChristmasTime can take down Gvuardya.
Yeah, it's going to be... I mean, again, Presto had an extreme champion advantage in terms of number that he drew. I'm not saying that's necessarily always going to be the mirror breaker, but it certainly does. It certainly does help when you draw 3 karmas to your opponent's 0. But yeah, I mean, this is, like we saw before, a match that can go the distance, a match where there's very subtle plays that can make a lot of difference, and knowing the matchup is certainly going to help out even more so than I think other matchups.
Yeah, I will go as far as saying that, like, you know, having your champions versus them potentially not having their champions is definitely a mirror breaker. And we're going to see ChristmasTime.
Not the only mirror breaker.
Not the only mirror breaker, but it's definitely a big one. Sure. And we see 2 karmas already for ChristmasTime. And Gvuardya's actually going to pitch 1 karma. So we'll see if that comes back to haunt him. And he has the problem that ChristmasTime had last time around, where he had all 3 karmas in the bottom 15.
Yeah, this is a very interesting difference in opinion here, because Gvuardya did mulligan away a karma. ChristmasTime kept 2. So I think I would be taking notes on this matchup here to see who can pull ahead here, because already we're seeing a difference in play style right off the bat. Before the game even started, in the mulligan phase, we saw a big difference in opinion here.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, right now, ChristmasTime, clearly 3 champions to 0 of Gvuardya, and we'll see if he hits them by the time that he needs them. But in this early game, no one's playing anything. Gvuardya continually just passing back and forth until we hit that 10 card spot in this game where they're forced to play, and Gvuardya finds a karma. So that's going to be good for him.
Who needs to keep it in your opening hand when you're just going to draw it anyway, I guess. But certainly going to be more back and forth. And yeah, both players just saying, turn 5 is not the turn to do it. It's not time to commit anything. And you know what? Neither is turn 6. Oh, ChristmasTime does choose to play an Eye of the Dragon. Gvuardya answers with his own potentially. He does. I'm wondering what the thought process is here. I mean, they are both thinking, of course, that they're going to need to play something eventually. It's not like Magic the Gathering where you draw a card and then discard down to 10 at the end. You don't even get to draw the card. It's like Hearthstone. Your hand is capped. So they do need to pre-plan what they're going to play before that max hand size turn does happen.
Yeah, and we see the handshake maybe once again that we saw in the previous mirror.
Agreement.
And we're going to see the double static shock coming down on the single unit on the board. One to the board, one to the face, cycling this card out of the way. They both aren't overdrawing at this point, so we could just see the pass back and forth once again.
Yeah, I mean, both, I believe, 2, 4, 6, 8. It looks like ChristmasTime has one additional card in hand. I think ChristmasTime is at max now, or maybe he's a little bit ahead. It might have just been a little bit ahead, but the static shot coming out for ChristmasTime to try to answer the Eye.
Gvuardya is going to want to play a card from hand. He has to pick one of them to play so that he doesn't burn anything. And it looks like Gvuardya might be leaning towards keeping all of his burn as well instead of just Mystic Shotting this.
Yeah. Well, Gvuardya 2, 4, 6 is at 9 here, so doesn't technically have to play anything if he doesn't want to. Going to Will of Ionia, his own Eye of the Dragon. This is a very interesting play.
Yeah, it denies an Ezreal trigger and just, I guess it's just spending his mana. The Will is not the best card in the mirror matchup.
It's not the best, but at least my gut feels like it can get more value than that. It can disrupt a karma turn. It can delay that. It can get you an Ezreal trigger yourself. But I do definitely see the value in denying the Ezreal trigger. But it's kind of like denying an Ezreal trigger yourself, right? Because yes, it prevents ChristmasTime from getting an Ezreal trigger that turn, but it denies your Will from getting you an Ezreal trigger. I don't know. It's not a matchup that I've played enough to know the intricacies of, I suppose.
Yeah, and it looks like just going to be a concussive palm being played down by ChristmasTime. This will start to establish more units on the board for Gvuardya to try and target, but I think he's too far off that Ezreal still to realistically get there, and he's just going to maybe play cards just to get them out of hand instead.
Right. Notably here, this concussive palm is going to generate a Dragonling for next turn for Gvuardya. So maybe a little bit of chip damage, or at least a fill back up, a top off back up to 20 for Gvuardya.
And now that he's on 1 mana, playing the Thermo feels kind of okay. Tapping out a bunch of mana with the Thermo doesn't feel amazing. So mana efficiency from Gvuardya. He does have... He's got a very good turn 10 with Karma and Rummage available. Also a deep med, so if he can play 2 spells the turn before, there's a lot of hand refill that Gvuardya can do to potentially draw into the burn to finish off the game. While ChristmasTime just has all his champions and a bunch of Mystic Shots, it's still... I mean, it's hard to call this game at this point because of the fact that both sides do have champions. It's less clear than the last time we watched this matchup.
Right. I mean, Casanova, we talked about it before, but until turn 10, we're still in the mulligan phase here.
Yeah.
There's a little bit of back and forth. There's some action happening, but trust us, this is the mulligan phase. And once the karmas start coming down, that's when we can say the game has begun. Granted, the game will actually be quite short after that point because it will be a series of lobs, of haymakers thrown back and forth and responses there, and whoever gets their karma through is going to tend to be the victor here. And a piece of burn is actually used here. Very interesting. It does takes an Ezreal tick, but we've seen Gvuardya really, I think, specifically not use burn as removal here. So two very different takes on this matchup. I'm actually, even though there hasn't been a ton that's happened, I'm actually really interested to see how this game plays out.
Yeah, I mean, we're approaching the climax of the matchup here, right? Like this has been the rising action. Mm-hmm. We're reaching the point where we will start to see sparks fly, and then it'll just be a matter of who can find the burn to the face faster.
Right. Gvuardya drawing the second karma as well. The palm unit coming through. Debating, is he going to use one of his precious mystic shots on it, or is he just going to take 3?
Considering the take 3. There it goes.
I don't hate it. I think in this matchup, there are certain breakpoints in health, and I don't know how big of a breakpoint 17 is versus 20. It could be relevant, but I'm not sure. I mean, it's certainly at least one additional spell that would need to be cast, at least.
Now we have turn 9. Karma comes down for Christmas time. This is the point where Gvuardya now needs to either respond or just play his own karma to try and set up for the following turn.
Yeah, can play his own karma and can also Will of Ionia ChristmasTime's karma.
We might just see traded wills on karmas. We might see Gvuardya go karma as well, and then will from both sides.
Yeah, I'm wondering who does that favor. I guess Gvuardya, maybe. I'm not sure. I guess Gvuardya will have priority first with an active karma.
Right.
If he chooses, at least. Will comes out. I'm imagining could Will or could Mystic Shot plus
Static
Shock, or just get excited, or
wait,
Will.
I think he's 5 of 8. So Static Mystic levels Ezreal? I think I'm not 100% on this.
Right.
I'm pretty sure that he levels Ezreal with this line.
Yeah, and there's no response here from ChristmasTime unless he wants to, for whatever reason, cast his second karma as a spell here.
But yeah, I mean, playing that before Enlighten seems very unlikely. And yeah, of course, not going to go for that line. And Gvuardya gets to clear away.
Yeah,
okay, so he was 4 of 8. So he's only at 7, but now 0 mana. Yep, yeah, 0 mana Therma.
Thermo Beam. Okay.
He's got it.
Ezreal's leveled. But we do see some interactivity from ChristmasTime's hand.
Okay, soft pass.
Yep. Not to mention the fact that Karma plus Ezreal is 9 mana, which would leave him with 1. But can refill the hand with the Rummage. Can go Karma, Ezreal, Rummage if he wants, or just the Karma plus the Rummage.
Yeah, I mean, seeing the soft pass, and now we see Karma come down, Maybe we see the karma in response from Gvuardya. He does have 2 of them. So if it sticks, it essentially just guarantees the game win.
Right. Yeah, I mean, this is like you mentioned, the climax right here. It's going to be some back and forth haymakers. It's going to be big karma plays. Technically, ChristmasTime had a 2-mana advantage going into this turn. Looks like the karma is going to come down from Gvuardya.
I mean, Mystic Shot responds. Will of Ionia responds.
Yep.
There are many ways to deal with this in the hand of ChristmasTime.
Yep, and the refill of the karma, the second karma for ChristmasTime is there. And the Will of Ionia comes out first. And all of a sudden, this is... Okay, well, the Will... I feel like you kind of have to Will here if you're Gvuardya, or I guess...
Good Thermo.
Get excited. Thermo also works. That's true. You can Thermo after it is enough.
Thermo to just try and deal with another karma. It might be the play that we see Gvuardya go for.
Yeah, I like that a lot, actually, because I mean, we know there's a second karma, but if there wasn't, then Gvuardya is super far ahead.
Right.
As it stands, it's going to be essentially the same position they were in last turn, except it's going to actually be ChristmasTime's priority here.
And once again, we might just see the karma into karma get played.
Mm-hmm.
And once again, ChristmasTime has Mystic Shot, and that will actually start to get his own Ezreal close to leveling.
Right.
He just has to keep preventing Karma Ezreal from sticking for a turn, or even Karma sticking. If Karma sticks for a turn, he knows the Ezreal can come down, and this ends the game. So ChristmasTime constantly has to be thinking about that. And first initiative is Karma once again.
Yeah, I'm wondering, when is this 2 additional mana that ChristmasTime has found himself with in this moment of parity going to pay off? It's gotta be soon, right? I mean, just Gvuardya has everything that he could want. It's just the only thing he's missing is the mana to pay for it. Looks like that. It looks like a rummage coming down. ChristmasTime is a little bit ahead on his stream, so we're seeing the future in his hand.
We do see a little bit of the future in the hand cam. Yep. The rummage comes out. That is a very powerful turn. Rummage on top of the karma, going to be quite good. Does have double deep med available on the following turn. And Mystic to deal with karma.
Yeah, but notably, we see in ChristmasTime's hand nothing to protect this karma. Of course, we see in Gvuardya's hand nothing to... Well, Get Excited could come out here.
Okay, so we know that Get Excited on karma right now is very likely game winning. Right? Because there's not another karma for ChristmasTime right now.
Yep.
But Gvuardya doesn't guaranteed know that.
True.
It isn't a guarantee for him that is going through his head. So
exactly,
it's hard to make this play, and we'll see if it's the read that Gvuardya makes, because it is potentially a game-winning line.
It is, yeah, and it looks like he's checking how many karmas are left. What are the chances there's another karma? What spells have been played? Super tough call to make. But it is the one he's going to end up making, it looks like.
Yeah, there it is.
And this breaks it open, right? This is now the opening for Gvuardya. See nothing to protect here for ChristmasTime. This karma is gone. 3 mana remain.
And now Gvuardya still has to stick a karma. He loses. This is his second. He's got one left. It's in hand. It's available. It's ready to be played. But if he loses that one, it's down to just the Ezreals.
Now, I'm assuming that ChristmasTime's Ezreal is not leveled, because I feel like that right there was an opening to actually play it, and then have 10 mana to play with an Ezreal. All right, double rummage with Karma. I mean, that gives you a lot of play.
Yep,
Karma
here's
comes
the
down.
Karma. There are potential responses, right? We see Thermo. We see Will of Ionia to stall it out another turn. We see, there are a couple ways here. Try and slow this down. But Gvuardya does have the rummages available. He can go for a big draw.
Yeah, he can, but I mean, the rummage is either it's gonna come at the cost of something valuable, right? It's either gonna be a piece of reaction in Will of Ionia, a threat in Ezreal, or Get Excited, or just another rummage. I mean, he has to pitch 2 cards. I don't even know what you pitch here. Second Deep Med comes out for ChristmasTime, so not a shortage of cards in hand. And this is certainly a volley over from ChristmasTime, as this is threatening to kill the final Karma for Gvuardya.
Right, so now Gvuardya has to make the decision. Do I Will of Ionia my Karma back to hand? Or do I just go for, something like this rummage and just try and draw enough cards to win the game? It's a tough spot. I mean, he has the leveled Ezreal, so he still has a lot of threat, but I think trying to preserve the Karma does make a lot of sense to me, and it looks like he will use the Will of Ionia to try and bring it back. Yeah,
I almost like I like rummaging first. Go for try to get a deny, because the deny there is huge. It allows you to keep your Karma. You're gonna go into the next turn with a Karma already in play, and you're gonna have way more mana to work with. And you still have the Will. You have the Will option available, and there must have been
I guess maybe there was just one that was willed back. I think probably instead of actually cleared. So he must have had 2. Because I don't remember. He never played. Right. Yeah, he never played a Karma spell. So
yep. That's correct. Yep.
Gvuardya, and this is very good for Gvuardya because it means he can play this original Karma, and if it's threatened to be removed, he still feels pretty confident that it's going to be okay. He can even Karma spell if he wants to just generate value. There's a lot of opportunity for him to make good moves here, and I think that this is looking very, very good for Gvuardya. It still gets stalled by ChristmasTime, going for the Will, trying to get his Ezreal potentially on board, trying to find a way back into this. But it is going to be very hard for ChristmasTime to find the win.
It's certainly going to be hard to, you can kill without the Ezreal. We've seen many times, but it is tough to get ahead without the Karma, especially versus another Karma here. But it looks like Ezreal is going to come out for ChristmasTime, as we see in the future. And I mean, there's a decent amount of damage that can be dealt.
Yeah, I mean, this is threatening a lot on board, right? Like, this is a lot of damage, potentially. Gvuardya can play his own Ezreal in defense, and he does have first action on the next turn. So I think that Gvuardya should be able to find this with this rummage, as well as having the Karma coming down.
Right.
But yeah, this was probably ChristmasTime's best bet, to try and just go all in. But now, Gvuardya gets to chill back. He can just let these attacks in. He can go for the first action Karma, and he shouldn't be able to die to burst spells from 14 without a Karma on the board.
Right. Yeah, I think this is, I mean, even just playing Karma into Karma spell, into Rummage, it's a full cost Deep Med, which is unfortunate, but I mean, I'm not going to do the math because, hashtag caster math, but man,
he's got a lot.
He's got a lot in hand, as we see, and a lot of options for draws here as well.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, ChristmasTime going to try and get some burst spells off, goes for the rummage. Looks like he's probably going to slam that chump bump, as we see the future here a little bit, going to pick up those mushrooms. But now Gvuardya gets to start going off with that burst damage. He can go for the rummage. The Inside of the Ages is a potential option as well.
Yeah, I'm wondering. I feel like you just go for the Inside of the Ages first, and because you're going to draw trash off of those most of the time anyway, right? Like you're going to draw stuff. Although I guess with the second rummage, it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you. I do think that Insight generally is going to be the one that you want to play first, but yeah, he does have the second rummage, and this time around, he's going to play the Insight. Look for this second rummage. Ghost, another burst speed spell for 1 mana picked up, and that's just going to do it because that is 8 damage at burst speed. That's all he needed. And Gvuardya's got it. Gvuardya will move on to the winners finals against BlackBoss to try and find a spot, a guaranteed spot in next week's fight night.
Yeah. And
a place in our grand final. I'm so excited. I'm so hyped for that matchup. Gvuardya, someone who won Mavericks tournament a long time ago. He popularized Swain TF. And then immediately after popularizing Sween TF, we saw Dog win Twitch Rivals playing the same list as Gvuardya. And now Gvuardya, I haven't seen him in a little while at the top of the tournament, but we've got him once again, and he's doing exceptionally well. Already moving on to the winners finals, gonna be taking on BlackBoss.
Yeah, that is certainly going to be, as they say, a slobber knocker there. Man, that's going to be a good one. We see. It looks like, just to recap some of the losers bracket side, we saw Winding God take out NicMakesPlays in the top of the losers bracket there. And we saw Random 7, of course, lose before, but GdayMaverick actually took out Presto in the losers bracket. So Presto, our runner-up from last week, not able to make it out here. So we are going to be moving forward with some new players in the finals. Casa.
Yep, we're gonna have some new faces for this week. Definitely, we could see Winding God make the losers run and be back in it, but at least one of the players will be different from the previous grand final, and we'll be moving on and watching that winners final between BlackBoss and Gvuardya. As soon as we come back from break, we'll see you guys in just a moment. Don't go anywhere. There's more Fight Night Legends right here on GiantSlayerTV. Welcome back to Giant Slayer TV's Fight Night Legends, brought to you by Juke.gg. If you want to find all your favorite esports in one place, check out Juke.gg, !legends in the chat. Find out more. It's been an amazing day of games so far, Blevins. And for the people just joining us, let's go ahead and take a quick walkthrough once more of the format for Fight Night Legends. Of course, it being a newer tournament. This is only our second week.
Yeah, second week in, but it's looking good so far. We've got some really good feedback on the format. But of course, this is a double elimination 8-player invite bracket. We took the time to invite 6 additional players from the community, from tournaments, from ladder, from streaming, etc., with 2 players who returned from last week. The top 2 players from last week, we saw one of them, Presto, has been eliminated already, and Winding God, our champion from last week, is in the losers bracket. But 8 total players invited, double elimination. Every match is going to be a best of 3, and players brought 2 decks with no region overlap. No bans in this format, but you do need to win with both of your decks. And as we're moving into these winners finals, losers finals, grand finals, if the player from the losers bracket does win the first match of the grand finals, there will be a full bracket reset with an additional best of 3. And the players this week are playing for their share of the $200 prize pool, with first place taking home a sweet hundo.
Yeah, for sure. And we're going to be continuing on with the tournament today, moving on to our winners final for those just joining us. That's going to be the TheBlackBoss versus Gvuardya going up against each other. We saw TheBlackBoss making a quick run through the bracket, one of our youngest competitors this week, and he has been dominant with his patented Blood Riders deck.
Yeah, this Blood Riders deck it's shown many faces, but all of the faces have led to a swift victory. We saw matches with openers with Crimson Disciple into Imperial Demolitionist, like a traditional Noxus deck. We saw a match against Deep, where it, in fact, went deep into the game and ended it very quickly with some Heckrums into Vlad's, into a Harrowing. And you don't really need to do too much math with that. It's going to be a big number that they're dealing, a big amount of damage that they're dealing, but coming out of almost nowhere with that deck. But at the same time, we've seen Gvuardya also expertly navigating the Karma Ezreal deck. And while we haven't seen it on camera yet, Gvuardya has run the Swain TF deck, brought that this week as well.
Yeah, and that is the deck he is most known for. He won GdayMaverick's tournament back a few weeks ago with that deck, inspired that lineup that we saw Dog win Twitch Rivals with. So Gvuardya, a very, very impactful player on the meta, especially because this deck has still kind of stood the test of time for quite a bit in being a competitive list. So Gvuardya, incredibly strong player. Our German player for this week, we had Fresh Lobster last week. We've got Gvuardya this week going up against Brazil with the TheBlackBoss. And yeah, very, very strong winners finals that we're about to watch here.
Yeah, I mean, it really, I mean, if we take a look at this Twisted Fate Swain deck from Gvuardya, it's just like, it's a deck that we saw a lot, like you said, from Twitch Rivals, where Dog ended up bringing this deck and taking home the championship that day. But it's a deck that is really kind of fallen by the wayside a little bit. It's not the flashiest deck. The cards that got changed in the recent patch were actually technically nerfs, I guess, with Black Market Merchant and Pilfered Goods both getting changed, and Black Market Merchant specifically getting nerfed. But at the end of the day, you know, you've got the Leviathan Swain combo, you've got the Nab cards, which are going to be good, even if they're not necessarily as good. And our boy Riptide Flex is still able to do a lot against a lot of decks.
Yeah, and interestingly enough, I mean, it is a 1 Leviathan list. This is a little bit newer. We used to see, generally it was 2 or 3 Leviathans running the deck. This time making some room for that Riptide flex, as you mentioned earlier. And it's running a lot more Bilgewater cards than it used to. We used to see things like House Spider and Arachnid Sentry to help with that early game. Now it runs a little bit more of these kind of mid-rangey cards that go wide and kind of protect the board with the Petty Officer buff. So I'm interested to see how this plays out. Clearly it's been doing well for Gvuardya. Every time we check in, he's generally up 1-0 with the Swain TF finding the victory in the first game. So it's been working for him, and I'm glad that we're going to get a chance to actually watch it this time around.
Yep. And I mean, it's just it's a really interesting deck that I think it really, you know, as a community, a lot of card games, they see cards get nerfed, they see cards get changed, they see a new big patch, and everyone wants to play the new cards. They want to play the cards that got buffed. And it's like, it's kind of like the Toy Story meme and just throwing the old decks on the ground. I don't want to play with you anymore. But really, these decks are still good. So even this deck, even getting a little bit refined and taking out some of the more synergy cards and going, you know, a little too cute with the Arachnoid Sentries, and really just going for, hey, I'm just going to play a bunch of cards that are 2-for-1s and are generating me value, and that's how I'm going to win the game.
Yeah, and, you know, excited to see this is kind of a matchup of 2 players with their signature decks. I mean, we have BlackBoss playing Blood Riders, and we have Gvuardya with Swain TF. So I'm super excited to see this clash of these 2 players. They've both had very good tournament results, but in the grand scheme of DORs and Jamfest, neither of them have had the big success that we've seen out of players like Lobster or Winding God, but they've been very consistent, and in their respective scenes, Brazil and Germany, they've been powerhouses, especially BlackBoss. I believe at one point had a 4-tournament streak in Brazil. So he is a very powerful player. All of those tournaments, I believe he was also playing Blood Riders. So I do love to see him now having some success in a tournament where he's facing off against people from outside of just Brazil. We're
seeing the Legends of Runeterra anime coming together, Casanova, where players are bound to their decks at birth and are playing their signature decks all the time. I love it. I absolutely love that we even have the ability to talk about players who have signature decks. Where, I mean, Swain TF, that's not a top of the meta right now. Blood Riders, that's not a top of the meta right now, at least not before this week. We may be speaking a different story going into next week if one of these players wins. But, you know, being able to have that flexibility and that ability to just have a deck that is maybe a little bit off meta, but that you know so well and can play against these meta decks is just a very, very cool thing that you don't always see in competitive card games.
All right, and yeah, it looks like they're just getting ready to start it up. We see the good luck, have fun coming out from Gvuardya. We'll see what his first deck selection ends up being, whether it's going to be the Swain TF or if it's going to be Karma Ezreal. There they are, getting ready to set it up. And I think we've seen Gvuardya start with Swain TF every game, so I think it's likely that we'll still see that be the starting deck list.
Yeah, I'm imagining that there's you know, that's just the strategy. But even if that is the, you know, stated strategy, it can still be a good benefit. If you think that your opponent thinks that you're going to start with that, flip it up and throw their strategy off. But I mean, who knows how deep down the rabbit hole Gvuardya's looking to go. But hovering over the Swain for sure. Once that ready button is hit, we'll be right into the match. And there it is.
Yeah, and here we go. I mean, this is it. This is the Swain TF. I hope we get to see Swain TF versus Blood Riders, the actual fight of the signature list, but I wouldn't be surprised to see BlackBoss lead with Pinky in the Brain once again. So this is seeming pretty good for Gvuardya. I think the matchup actually can be okay for Swain TF.
Yeah, it does seem like, I mean, again, these are just matches I'm not sure, but there it is. We get the signature deck. We get the signature deck battle. Casa, I'm pumped.
Super excited to see this. BlackBoss on Blood Riders, Gvuardya on Swain TF. I can't wait to see how this plays out. I actually haven't seen this matchup very much. Like we talked about, Gvuardya's list, while for a while it was popular in tournaments, it's been few and far between recently, and Blood Riders came onto the scene after Swain TF started to wane a little bit. So this is not a matchup that I have seen very often, and we don't see either of these decks really on ladder. They are very much tournamentless, so this is a big treat for me to see.
Yeah, and we see, it's like the pilfered goods. Yeah, just throwing all the nab cards away here. Keeping the Dreadway deckhand, keeping those kegs, and certainly throw off some of the early game of Black Boss with there it is, Make It Rain plus a keg is certainly a way to stabilize the early game against a deck like Black Boss's. Of course, as I say that, the Crimson Disciple comes down, and that is completely unaffected by the Make It Rain.
Yeah, it even dodges the Make It Rain with the barrel. So Gvuardya, of course, has to hold back his barrel play, prevent the Disciple from just clearing it straight away. And potentially Black Boss might just pass it back, but I think banking mana is still a win for Gvuardya in general. So I think Black Boss may want to take the chip damage. I'm not entirely sure. It's kind of a hard place to think here, is like maybe you disrupt their turn, but also Gvuardya is probably not unhappy with banked mana.
Yeah, I think I'm not sure who comes out ahead on that. Of course, Black Boss was the one that was given that option initially, so I have to imagine he's happy with it. But I think I agree with you. I think Gvuardya is also just fine taking that pass there, or having that pass be taken by Black Boss. The House Spider comes out for Black Boss and really kind of slows down the development. The Petty Officer was potentially going to come chipping in and maybe set up a Make It Rain, but the House Spider puts an end to that. We see the Swain the Twisted Fate potentially into the Swain. And I don't know. Oh, Legion Veteran is maybe what that card's name is. I forget.
It is. You got it. You did.
I got there. That is a rare hit for me, but the Legion Veteran really makes the Swain, the Twisted Fate red card unplayable for sure. Not that it was going to be great here anyway.
Yeah, it does look significantly worse. Yordle Grifter being considered, and I think Gvuardya does go for that. Steals a Transfusion. Not a bad steal here, actually, because he can potentially use it to remove the Veteran. At least he can threaten that, but we do see Black Boss on the other side has his own Transfusion.
Yep. The Transfusion... Yeah, the Transfusion is nice because it's not something that's like most of the cards that you're going to nab, it's not something that is easy to play around, right? You can't say, oh, well, he could have he could have a large slew of cards, and it being a reactive spell is always going to be good because it has the potential to really catch Black Boss off guard here.
Yeah, and Gvuardya now has some kind of cool opportunities here. He does have the Black Market Merchant, so he has the ability to nab once again from Black Boss's deck, try and look for some of these powerful removal spells, especially if he can find Ruination into Harrowings in the future. That can be good, or just stealing away Harrowings as the win condition can be quite good. I guess it is bottom of the deck, so stealing a Harrowing means Black Boss wasn't going to get it anyway. So more of the Ruination, more of the former than the latter.
I mean, even if the Harrowing isn't it's not going to be as good in Gvuardya's deck as it is in Black Boss's. I mean, a Harrowing out of nowhere potentially could swing things for sure.
That's completely fair.
And the Legion Veteran does take the block here. We might see a trade of... Could see a trade of Transfusions here.
So yeah, it does look like Transfusion. And we'll likely see it on the other side as well.
Yeah, the problem for Gvuardya is that the Transfusion on Black Boss's side is just way better. It's going to be it's going to be pumping up Black Boss's units inherently, because of the veteran, it's going to be saving the veteran, and it's going to do 2 damage to him.
Yeah, we could see Gvuardya go for a line like Noxian Fervor to still make this trade happen. So cast it on the Grifter and then on the Legion Veteran. Yeah. Still removes it and should get him very close to leveling Swain if he goes for this line. Because that is 6 damage towards the Swain level up. But no, we see Gvuardya looking like he may just accept this. Barrel Make It Rain does look very good onto this board.
Yeah, it sure does. I mean, there's 2, there's 2 oofs. The Spiderling and Nexus here are effectively misses for Gvuardya, but I don't know if there's too much choice. Waiting doesn't really make this better. There's no real way to deal with the spider beforehand, so just has to roll the dice here and hope that it rains in the right spots. Could also be a Twisted Fate, hoping
red
that
card.
There is no hoping that open attack doesn't happen, though, as we see that is likely to happen.
Yeah, maybe even just going for the barrel with a Ling. Be interesting. I expect maybe a little bit more committal, but the trades are good for Gvuardya if the attack comes in, so it does feel a little bit awkward for BlackBoss.
Yeah, none of these attacks feel great. Just gonna try to kill the spider here, and yes, the Make It Rain does come out.
That hits.
That was actually the worst, I think. No, I guess if it hit the 2/2 spider.
Yeah, I mean, I guess Faith ends up being kind of okay because Gvuardya does have this BMM in hand.
True.
So you can go for the nab. It's not like he really needed that, though, because he does have this warning shot. I guess getting to hold that for Riptide Rex does feel very good. That is generally what we use it on, so it's not the worst. His board still can contest this Legion Veteran very heavily. It's all kind of okay for him, and he can just nab and pass, and it feels like a pretty reasonable setup.
Yeah, and he actually gets to go on the offensive here if he wants to play this Legion Veteran now. Vile Feast coming out.
Yeah, 3 mana 4/5 is a pretty solid unit to play.
I think you probably would play that in your deck. Considering we saw 3 mana 4/4 be one of the most dominant cards in the format for before our good friend the Badger Bear got nerfed.
Yeah, for sure. Certainly a card you would play.
Debating, does he want the barrel or does he want the 4/5? Looks like Gvuardya is going to go for the barrel here. And Twisted Fate barreled red card is going to be pretty good here at clearing the board. Also can develop the 3 mana 4/5 beforehand if he wanted to. Or even the Petty Officer to make a gigantic Twisted Fate. Twisted Fate red card, that is.
Yeah, I know Gvuardya at this point, he realizes he's now going to be the aggressor, and he's probably thinking about Ruination. And that's where the kind of slow decision-making right now is probably occurring from is, well, if I play TF, I only have 3 mana left if I get Ruinated here. I guess I can go Legion Veteran and then send that in, and that's, it's kind of okay as a redevelop.
Yeah.
It definitely feels like that is the consideration that he's going to be looking at, and right now it's 10 mana on the side of BlackBoss. Yeah, I'm not sure if BlackBoss wants to ruinate this board, or if he's going to try and go for a Vladimir develop.
Yeah, the Ruination feels alright, because it's, I guess, technically like a 4-for-1 in terms of units that you're getting rid of, but it really wasn't a 4-for-1, right? Because The one of the units was generated from the petty officer. Another unit created a keg beforehand, so it's really making the value of this ruination feel much worse. And there's really, there's not even that much power on the board.
Yeah, so instead, BlackBoss is going to go with the Noxian Fervor, take down TF, and then this does seem like a Vladimir develop. But, at this point, that lets Gvuardya go ahead and pull the trigger on developing further and trying to go aggressively with whatever he wants to develop here, especially with Swain being one off the level up. Warning Shot gets him there.
Yeah, I do like the play from BlackBoss is deciding to be more proactive rather than reactive, which certainly makes sense. I do like this. It makes one of the ways to get the most value out of a card like Ruination is to play like you don't have it, right? So now Gvuardya's if Gvuardya's putting BlackBoss on having cards, Ruination is maybe not one of them, because why would you play your champion if you had a Ruination in your hand? Why wouldn't you just Ruination there? So could potentially be getting more value later from that Ruination.
Yeah, and this is going to be a hefty bit of damage coming in for Gvuardya. He still has some burn on the back foot of this, too. He's got this Noxian Fervor. He's got a Warning Shot. So there's 4 available for him. Looks like he will try and deal with the Vladimir, though.
Yep.
Seems like making the read that potentially there's no Harrowing. Also, Harrowing, it can come out on this next turn, but it's probably not enough to threaten Gvuardya too heavily.
Right.
So he's probably feeling pretty safe. But there it is off the top. And that is the only proactive play that BlackBoss has. Yeah. So I'm curious if we see it.
It's not even that good, right? It's got a Vlad and then a bunch of weaker units, right? Like, it's not...
Yeah, and wow, Ruination basically clears away 2 free units that came from Petty Officer and a Petty Officer, and that just opens the door for leveled Swain to come down with a Legion Veteran. But we do see on the other side, BlackBoss does have double Vengeance. He's got ways to deal with the Swains.
He's got ways to deal with 2 of the Swains. Unfortunately, there's 3 for Gvuardya and a reduced cost Legion Veteran. And open attack can just come out with pilfered goods to refill. Yeah, this is really cementing my original point about pilfered goods, that it has nothing to do with stealing the cards from your... it has a little bit to do with stealing cards from your opponent's deck. It is more that it is just 2 mana, draw 2 cards. At this point, Gvuardya doesn't even necessarily care what he takes.
No, but that's a pretty good take. He actually finds lethal here.
Wow.
We'll see if he goes for it. I think he's probably got to consider 3 mana. Actually, nothing should be able to answer this on the Legion Veteran. I think he just has it. If he recognizes, I'm pretty sure there are no cards in the deck that actually can respond.
There is... Vile Feast could keep him alive.
Right, fair.
But, even if that's the case, are you in that bad of a spot? But also, Gvuardya at 18 health against no board whatsoever is not in a hurry to go for lethal right now.
He could also wait for Harrowing to be played and then rip it from there, knowing the same thing. And the outcomes all look good. He even found the Warning Shot, so he can still get through a Vile Feast, if that was the answer.
Yep. But now, Gvuardya is on the path of just play units and attack will be enough to win.
Yep, there's Harrowing.
Harrowing's played. Gvuardya seeing what is going to actually be generated.
Yep, he does have to go before the Vlad. Unless he just is thinking he can survive and play Swain or something here, and he's not realizing that there is no answer in BlackBoss's list.
Yeah, it would have to be... Technically, double Vile Feast would keep him alive, but I believe he already casted 1.
Yeah, and there's only 2 in the deck.
Black Market Merchant, correct?
Yep. Yeah, I think Gvuardya maybe just not recognizing that there isn't something. Because at this point, I'm not missing anything.
He can wait for the attack. Like, it doesn't change anything now.
Sure, yeah.
Try to get more information, I suppose. Like, but no, I agree. There is no cards. Yeah, there is no cards to play around here. It is just game, if Gvuardya can see it.
One of the few times in Legends of Runeterra where you actually have lethal. Because it's open deck list and you recognize that there is not any answer to the cards that you have in hand that can finish the game.
Yep.
I mean, interestingly, even if Gvuardya doesn't recognize this, I'm pretty sure he's still going to win this game.
I would agree. Okay. Sees the warning shot. It looks like he does see it.
Okay. Seems he's found it.
And it's the type of thing where when you're in a tournament, especially in the winners finals like this, like you look over the deck list, and yes, it's like, okay, there's nothing there. It's like, let me just double check. Okay, I'm looking. Let me double check. And you really want to play it safe, right? Like when you've got the time, when you have the victory lined up, like just double check, just make sure. I certainly don't think it's BM. I think it's just I want to just double, triple, quadruple, quintuple check and make sure that I have this victory. But he does. Gvuardya will take game one. The signature deck versus signature deck battle goes to Gvuardya.
He finds it, and that means the Blood Riders is still remaining. We're going to get to see some more of it, and I love to watch that deck. I'm a big fan of this list. I've been a fan of this list. I love Hecarim decks in general, so seeing one that actually is working out in competitive play, this is the winner's final that BlackBoss has made it to, is very exciting to see. But Gvuardya, once again, it seems every single one of his sets, he's taking that first game with Swain TF and showing that, hey, this deck is still very powerful, and Gvuardya being one of the people that really, I wouldn't say originated, but brought it to the forefront of competitive play, is showing why he is so good at this list over and over again, having great results in tournament with it.
Yeah, and BlackBoss actually is queuing up the Pinky in the Brain instead, and saying, you know what, I think this is a worse matchup potentially. Let me get this out of the way first, and then I'll leave it to the old signature deck to carry me home if we do get to that game 3.
Yeah, it seems to be the case, and Gvuardya does find an Eyes of the Dragon, so that's going to help out the early game a little bit, but of course, this is dealing with Pinky in the Brain, that Vi Heimer, those elusives. Going to be dealing a lot of, creating a lot of pressure early on, finding my words.
Yeah, and we saw, I think it was it ChristmasTime who took the, I'm just going to ignore Heimer strategy in this matchup? I don't believe that was Gvuardya we saw do that.
Yeah, it may have been ChristmasTime.
I think it was ChristmasTime, but I'm
it was Random 7. It was Random 7, yeah.
You're 100% correct. I'm interested to see if Gvuardya ends up going that same strategy, though. We don't see the Heimer drawn quite yet, so maybe we won't find out.
A handshake of Shadow Assassins coming down, turn 3, turn 4. A couple of elusives going up against each other. Gvuardya has a lot of his early aggression. If he can find the Ezreal level up, he can still find the win. This is a winnable matchup. It can just be hard when dealing with the early Heimer Flash, and BlackBoss doesn't have Heimer Flash, but he does have Vi to start to take control of the board early. It's going to be hard to remove that considering the defensive capabilities of that Vi and Heimerdinger deck. A couple thermos, though, on the side of Gvuardya, so maybe he can start to find an answer. Spirit's Refuge and Twin Disciplines will be the answers that are available for BlackBoss.
Yep, we see the trade-off of the Shadow Assassins. It's going back and forth. This is a little bit like the Ezreal Karma mirror, but not quite, because the Thinking the Brain deck is going to be lobbing a lot more threats earlier on in the game, and actually does, or at least can win with chip damage more so. And Vi, like you said, is certainly going to be controlling this mid game, taking off any units that Gvuardya does have.
Yeah, and Thermo going to come down straight away, and BlackBoss didn't save enough mana to actually protect this Vi. Does have an additional Vi in hand, but one Thermo for one Vi. Gvuardya is super happy with that trade.
Oh, absolutely. That's how you really need that to line up, because Vi can just be such an annoying unit to deal with. It synergizes with you having cards to play, and also puts on a ton of pressure if unchecked. So Gvuardya's got to be super happy to be able to take that trade.
Yeah, and now, I mean, Solitary Monk being able to come down onto an empty board is another big threat that Gvuardya needs to deal with, and he doesn't have great ways to deal with it. Like, he has this Concussive Palm, he can stall out a turn, he's got, you know, this Get Excited, but he doesn't have any cards he really wants to throw away, which does hurt the card in general. It makes it so it doesn't actually feel like a card that you actually have in your hand.
Yeah, Get Excited here is a last resort, as we know. Gvuardya's going to want to keep that Get Excited for, you know, going to the enemy nexus and actually ending the game rather than just preventing his own death.
And Mystic just going to deal with this Tail of the Dragon from the Concussive Palm. Claw's just going to be played down so that the Chempunk, is able to be blocked.
See, it's not that easy to remember. It looks like Chempunk, I swear. But yes, the Chempunk is going to come through, going to demand an answer, which I don't know if I've seen that card actually hit Nexus, I think under 3 times total. And the number of times I've seen the player lose after they've done that is even fewer than that.
Yeah, generally it can just find a win by drawing you that extra spell. It's incredibly powerful, but it's rare that it gets in. So a lot of times we see it cut in lieu of more consistent cards. But seeing BlackBoss play it here, it's interesting. It can just cheese victories out if he does find hits with it. And gonna get a Vi down on a board. This time does have enough mana to protect it somewhat. Would be able to save it from a 6 mana Thermo, and I think that's the scariest thing that BlackBoss is concerned about.
Yeah, I mean, right now, Gvuardya, I think, is kind of priced into this Thermo, killing this Vi, but it's not going to happen, and that's going to have leave a very big opening for BlackBoss here, going into this next turn uncontested with a pumped up Vi and a Solitary Monk attacking. The pressure is on right now, and there's not even a Heimer for BlackBoss.
Yeah, the nice thing for Gvuardya is he still gets the Thermo Beam through, so he still gets the tick for Ezreal. He's got quite a few already. Ooh, another Thermo. So 3 Thermos is definitely a nice pickup. There is still this Spirit's Refuge to protect. There's a Deny to protect, so the chances of it actually going through are very low, but it is a nice pickup in general to try to at least remove Vi or Heimer when they come down. And he's still going to be creating a lot of Ezreal triggers, trying to get that level up as he's approaching that Enlightened Karma turn with 20 HP. Going to be 16 in a second here, unless he goes for the removal on the Solitary Monk. But yeah, still a reasonable position for Gvuardya.
Yeah. We've seen it time and time again, this Ezreal Karma deck. It can take some blows here. It looks like it's maybe behind for a little bit, but once that turn 10 hits, it just snaps on and can win very, very quickly, because it really doesn't need that much wiggle room. It needs one turn of its threats not being answered to win the game on the spot, like we've seen so many times. But it's that delicate balance of, can BlackBoss actually put enough pressure onto Gvuardya and not allow the Karma, the Ezreal, to go untouched. Gvuardya did not see a play worth playing, and BlackBoss took the lobster pass, as we like to call it, and just said, you know what? I just want my attack token back. Thank you very much, because I'm going to be attacking again.
Yeah, and BlackBoss has great reactive spells. He's got great ways to play around anything that Gvuardya would want to do. So just continually slamming face and, you know, allowing these passes to go back and forth, trying to, you know, buy attack tokens with mana is working out for him. And it's going to prompt this karma to come down now. There's some protection available in the form of deny, and Gvuardya has a lot of damage. Straight up, he's got 16 available to go face if this gets to another turn. Actually, with the Static Shock, if he can play all of it, which he can, if this karma survives, he can just win the game as long as he's got 13 mana.
Yeah. And really heads up play by BlackBoss saying, I need to Will of Ionia this first, because if I Thermo Beam and it gets denied, the game is just over, right? So has to throw the Will of Ionia out first, try to essentially trade this Will of Ionia for more mana, and just get through that way. And if he has an answer, just Thermo Beam afterwards.
Yeah, this is probably good from Gvuardya as well. He's going to go for the Ezreal level up instead here. This is going to be the idea. Go for the Mystic, because of the fact that denies still exist in the deck, and I believe we talked about earlier, BlackBoss runs 3 of them. And I'm not sure that he can actually fill up the entire stack so that it can't be interactable by BlackBoss. So if one of his burn spells got denied, it could be a little bit harder for Gvuardya to try and find the win. So he starts to slow play it a little bit, try and clear this buy away, stack up the Ezreal, and potentially go for the win in that way, especially because he's just losing his karma for a turn. It's just being pushed back to hand. He's still got it that it can come back down. If it can ever come down with the Ezreal, it's going to be amazing for him. And potentially we even see Static Shock. This could just be a leveled up Ezreal on this turn, but it does completely tap Gvuardya if he goes for it. So there is some risk behind.
There's a little bit of risk, but it would be... Yeah, I mean, it would be exactly Get Excited plus Mystic Shot or double Mystic Shot, which we see that BlackBoss does have. So with a Will of Ionia that is already being cast on the karma on the stack, we could see BlackBoss say, "Oh, just kidding. I want to outright kill your karma here."
Yeah, potentially. I mean, for Gvuardya, it might be okay if that happens. You get very close to leveling up your Ezreal, if not already leveling it. It might just be leveled up. I'm not entirely certain.
I think it was at 3 beforehand. This will be 4, 5,
so 7,
6, 7, 8, 9. Right? Because it's at
3
right
it's
now.
Double static. Yeah, double static.
Static is 2 each. Yep.
Yeah, for sure. And then Gvuardya draws 2, and his karma dies, but he got rid of a will, so it's kind of okay. Deny on a static, so that's going to up the level up, but the Vi still dies, so I think Gvuardya, end of the day, is like pretty happy with how these traits went down.
Yeah, I think Gvuardya is super happy. The Vi is still dead. Ezreal is, I believe, 1 away.
Yeah, he could thermo if he wants.
Good thermo for 1.
The reason I like thermo here is I just feel like I'm never playing this thermo again.
I agree. But on the flip side, you don't need to play the thermo necessarily, and now you've got an additional mana, which is, I mean, every single point of mana at this juncture in the game is going to be super relevant for Gvuardya.
Yeah, and here goes karma once again. Denied to protect. And Solitary Monk is very useless.
Yep, Solitary Monk is an actual dead... Solitary Monk reads 3 mana, heal Solitary Monk for 1.
Yeah,
and
of
put
course.
A Solitary Monk in your hand. So I guess that's technically relevant. Gvuardya here is just cannot hit the pass button faster. Just is like, that's all you're going to do? Great. Let's go back. Let's go to your turn. You know, take your turn.
Oh.
Take your turn.
Yeah, the thermo just gets denied. And then Gvuardya is set up in a very happy position.
Mm-hmm. It's going to be deny. BlackBoss I mean, BlackBoss can open with another Thermo Beam to try to kill the Karma, but I mean, that's a very risky maneuver, right?
Yeah, very much so. And Gvuardya is going to level Ezreal with the Thermo now. It's going to come down on to this Solitary Monk. So now, as soon as Gvuardya has initiative, Ezreal can come down, and there's a lot of threat towards BlackBoss's HP.
I mean, I don't even know if Ezreal needs to come down.
Oh my god, he found more burn.
6,
found more burn.
12, 16,
20. Yeah, it's 20.
And it's 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 mana. And is that is this the checkmate though, Casa? Is this stack filled?
The stack has one more spot. So if there's a deny, specifically a deny, he can stop it.
Okay. Which we know there isn't, but that is certain. That certainly does have to be going through Gvuardya's head, because this sequence of plays will leave Gvuardya with one Ezreal in hand, and that's it.
Flash. Contraption. You attack in.
Now the question is, if you get initiative back, do you even play the Ezreal?
I'm interested in all the things going through Gvuardya's mind right now. It's probably the deny. So maybe Ezreal develop is just a safer line?
Right. It does allow him to go one at a time now. Oh, also, it effectively generates another Mystic Shot, which is super relevant.
Right. I think going one at a time is the safest thing here, because like we said, he can fill the stack, but it costs his entire mana bar, and there's one spot left on the stack for deny. So because of that, then he's, like you said, he's on a single Ezreal, no other hand. Potentially you can lose there. There's a world where you can lose there. This is probably the safest way to guarantee the win. I actually don't know if BlackBoss can win as long as Gvuardya plays it smart.
Yeah. I mean, it doesn't, he doesn't necessarily lose. He would just not win on the spot in that scenario. If he got one of his burn spells denied, because I don't think,
right, he wouldn't lose on the spot, but being on a single card is like incredibly risky.
Sure. All right, and at this point again, Gvuardya just might as well, one at a time. I'm gonna present him. This is 8 to start. The response. It's likely going to be Mystic Shot plus Get Excited onto the Ezreal. And I think at 2 mana, this just opens it up to game, right? Is there anything?
Yes, I believe so.
At 2 mana, he can play another Mystic Shot. And that's it.
Yeah, no, it looks like Gvuardya actually has it here. He's just counting it up, trying to figure it out real quick, and then he's going to send these to the face.
Right. Is this... It's got to be lethal, right?
Yeah, it definitely should be. I mean, it's a million spells. It's a full stack. We got a full stack. It's definitely ending the game. 22 damage going to the face. Gvuardya going to be our first grand finalist, guaranteeing an invite back to next week, as well as guaranteeing at least $50 out of the prize pool. And we'll see who he will be facing after a couple losers bracket matches.
Yeah.
But BlackBoss going to be waiting in the losers final to try and get a chance to take down Gvuardya once again. But Gvuardya, man, he has been playing extremely well so far. His signature deck, the Swain TF, I think is undefeated so far, and it's doing exceptionally well. and he finds the win once again with Ezreal Karma. I think I see some stats here. It might be the first time that Ezreal Karma has actually taken down Pinky in the Brain in a fight night, which is surprising for sure.
Wow.
But Gvuardya's going to be the one to do it. BlackBoss, of course, didn't draw a Heimerdinger, so that'll do it to you sometimes. That deck can be a little high rolly. Gvuardya will be waiting in that grand finals. Once again, really excited to see his play, but we're going to be quickly just jumping down to the losers semifinal. It's going to be Winding God, who took out ChristmasTime, going to be facing Random 7, who took down GdayMaverick in the losers quarter. So Winding God, Random 7, this is going to be the 3-time DOR champion Winding God versus the most recent DOR champion, Random 7, going up in this losers semi.
Yeah, and we saw some Random 7 earlier today. Is running that deep deck as well. One of the few players actually running deep. We saw, I believe there was 0 deep last week at Fight Night number 1. Bring it in this week, and making the run through the losers bracket. But Casanova, leave it to Winding God to be one of the most decorated tournament players in LoR to date, and still somehow having an underdog story. Only him, right?
Yeah, it really is just a Winding God thing, to come in here. He's the tournament favorite. And then he's like, I don't want to be the tournament favorite. Send me to the losers bracket. Let me make the run. And he's been dominating his way through that losers bracket on his way to the losers semi. He's got Random 7 in his sights, and then looking for his vengeance against BlackBoss if he can get through Random 7.
Yeah, man, why? Winding God it wasn't, and it's not enough to just win a fight night. He also needs to win from behind. It's absolutely crazy, but he's not quite there yet. Does need to get through Random 7 beforehand in the loser semis, which we will be jumping to shortly. But man, it is interesting because there's a dynamic where you win an event, and then that it does a couple of things. Obviously, you get the victory, you get the prize money, you get the fame and glory of winning the event, but you also get a big red target on your back because everyone is looking at you. They know for a fact that you're coming back. They know, it just takes 5 minutes of research to know Winding God plays this Ashe Noxus deck constantly. It is like a signature deck for him. So I know if I'm going to win this tournament, I'm probably going to have to go through Winding God at some point. So I can be ready for that. I can look at old tape if I wanted to on Winding God and see how they play, know their strategies and their play styles, and can really target that because they're going to be there. So a little bit of a chip on your shoulder when you're coming in as the champion, obviously, for an event like this.
Yeah, for sure. Speaking on that Ashe Sejuani list, that Ashe Nox, we did see a couple changes this week from Winding God from the previous championship list. He added some extra Katos, added some Captain Farrons to try and get a little bit more of that over-the-top damage, some of that finishing power into the deck. And we didn't see it work out too well earlier when we cast his match versus the BlackBoss, but of course, he's been finding wins in the losers bracket, clawing his way back up. So I'm excited to see him on this signature deck once again, going up against Random 7, who I do feel like has fairly good deck lists that line up into it. And I do once again feel like this may be the crux, it may be the catalyst in taking down Winding God, even though he's so good on the list.
Yeah, it's... I will never, I don't think I can ever count Winding God out at any point in time, but it's, the matchups, it's an advantage for sure. And it's not a guarantee, but it is absolutely an advantage. And not to speak down about Random 7 at all. We saw last week that he is the most recent Duels of Runeterra champion. So coming off of a big win over the weekend, and now is playing against one of the most decorated tournament players in LoR, period. So would, again, and we talked about it at the beginning, would be a huge statement if Random 7 can make it far in this fight night.
Yeah, and I think Random 7 out of the field of players here is one of, funny enough, he has a DOR and he's still one of the more unproven players of this lineup. And I think that taking down Winding God, having a good placement in this fight night with such a strong group of players really does kind of cement him as like another one of these big powerhouse players from North America that's doing exceptionally well. And so I'm excited to see if he can continue this kind of rise in the North American LOR scene, or just the LOR scene in general, as we do tend to invite people from all over the world here. We lost Blevins for a second. We'll see if we can get him back.
Nope, I'm back, I think.
Okay.
There we are. Back. I need to change that push to mute button key on Discord because it keeps accidentally getting pressed. Yeah, I mean, we have all sorts of players from all over the world. I mean, this is a NA server tournament, but it is not an NA exclusive tournament, as we see, you know, Gvuardya is from, I believe, Germany, and Winding God from China. We see Brazil, NA, EU, all over the place. So really a very diverse tournament in that sense. So even though it's on NA region, it's not an NA exclusive event by any means.
Of course, and Random 7 having a chance to prove himself against these players from all over is going to be great. You know, and again, we say prove himself when he already has a DOR under his belt, right. But it's just a matter of the players that have been around and been consistent since that open beta, and Random 7 kind of being a new splash onto the scene, and it's been exciting to see how he performs. And you know, the fact is he's in the losers semis. He already has a pretty good placement in this fight night, and he's just trying to fight for even more. Continuing to show that he is a very good player and someone to keep your eyes on throughout the evolution of Legends of Runeterra's tournament scene.
One thing I'm maybe a little bit worried about for Random 7 has nothing to do with him and more to do with the deck that he brought, and that is the deep deck, the Maokai Nautilus Sea Monsters deck. There is a couple of interesting cards in here. We see a Terror of the Tides as one that we don't normally see main deck. We see the box in here, which I'm imagining is probably a play against the Pinky and the Brain or Weimer deck. But I mean, we've seen time and time again, we've seen Winding God be able to take down the deep deck. We've seen the Pinky and the Brain deck be good against the deep deck. So even though, yes, we see Karma Ezreal from Random, which we've seen, you know, perform very well this tournament already, I'm not sure how well this deep deck stacks up in the meta of this event today.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it is interesting to see. We saw two players bring it. It so far has had kind of mixed results, but, you know, Random 7 made it all the way here to top 4, the semifinals right now, going up against Winding God. And, well, Winding God, there's a reason we call him Yugi, and there's a Heimerdinger in the opener for Pinky and the Brain.
Oh, yeah. Certainly where you want to be. I mean, we saw last game, BlackBoss just didn't see a single Heimerdinger the entire game. And it did not fare very well for him. But I mean, the Heimerdinger and the Vi are there, but it needs a little bit more than that, honestly. We see
Heimer's, you know, Winding God does have the turn 3 Solitary Monk as well, so he's got some early aggression. He doesn't have protection for Heimer or the Flash, so we'll see if he hits. But it is Winding God we're talking about, so
true.
We're expecting him to hit. Flash or Twin Discipline, something like that is going to be a hit on the next 2 turns. But that is going to be Random 7 getting the removal on the Solitary Monk, stopping any chip damage from coming out.
Yeah, I'm imagining we're unlikely to see the Heimerdinger next turn, and instead would potentially see the Vi come down. Of course, we see Deep Meditation come out and try to draw some protection. We do see the Twin Disciplines come out.
Yeah, so this won't be a turn 5 Dinger. It might be a turn 5 Vi, though, and now that's going to go immediately down onto the board. you know, I think Winding God may be okay with baiting out a Thermo Beam if it were to be the answer here to the Vi. And even considering his own Thermo, just completely committing to not playing this Heimer until potentially he draws a Flash.
I really like the aggressive Thermo Beam here. A, there's a second one. And B, we've talked about how the Thermo Beam, because of how it works, you want to cast it at the end. You want it to be the last. It's always the last spell you cast on a turn, but you want it to not be super overkill, right? You don't want to spend 8 mana to kill a 2-power unit. And a lot of times you don't need to cast the Thermo Beam on an Ezreal or a Karma, because at that point it's usually going to be too late.
Yeah, exactly. It's definitely a lot more rough, and you are the aggressor in this list. You are the aggressive player when you're playing Pinky in the Brain. And finally, the Brain makes his appearance. Winding God had it from the opener, but he picks up a second, so now he's like, okay, I'll slam it. The past trying to bait Winding God into being a little greedy, but of course Winding God's like, no, I'm gonna try and kill your Karma here. I'm not going to just leave that on the board. And we will see the Will of Ionia to protect the Karma on the side of Random 7.
Yeah, I mean, Random 7 navigating this very well. Protecting the Karma, just trying to set up, have as much as he can on the board for his for this turn 10, and actually decides to save the Karma in lieu of killing the Heimerdinger, which he could have done in response. Says, you know what, this Karma is actually higher value, and you know what, I can kill your Heimerdinger later. I've got Static Shock to kill this bot, plus another one if it comes down.
Yeah, I feel like it almost could have been better to remove Heimerdinger there. It's very hard to say. I guess if Random 7 can make it to turn 10 with this thing still on board, it's going to be very good, but now we're going to see a lot of bots generated on the other side, and there's so much protection right now available for Winding God, and it's not an Enlightened Karma, so none of these spells are going to be threatening enough to break through the defenses that Winding God has.
Oh, we saw this matchup played earlier by Random 7, and we saw him generally favor just ignoring the Heimer. It didn't work out last time, so it looks like he's actually deciding to go for the Heimer kill, but it looks like it might be a little bit too late here, as another bot is coming down, Heimer's still alive, and Karma back in hand. Just like that, Winding God is in an absolutely fantastic position here and is going to be threatening a huge open attack.
Yeah, and a bunch more bots are going to hit the board as we got the Floor Begone, as well as the Fearsome turret, the Apex turret coming down for Winding God. A lot of aggression going to be coming out, and Thermo Beam just going to deal with one elusive, but you're Thermo Beaming a bot that was generated for free off a 3-mana card, and again, the value game going heavily in the favor of the Brain, the Heimerdinger in that deck.
Yeah, and the, again, nerfed, by the way, Deep Meditation coming out, generating another Floor Begone.
Yeah, that's the level up.
Heimer.
Here we go. A lot of aggression available for Winding God on this turn. He does have another 2 3-mana spells available to generate more of those elusives. But he can just go for the attack and play patiently with his spells, play defensively, as he does have a big upper hand in this game so far.
Yep, and Static Shock can come out, deal with 7 power worth of these units, and I mean, Winding God is certainly not happy about that, but and in fact is so unhappy that he's actually going to generate another Floor Begone unit and save the Apex turret here. Keep the pressure on. Halves the opponent's life total. A Mystic Shot coming out as well.
This might be leveling Ezreal for Random. This is 3 spells. I think he was at about 5 of 8. If I am keeping track correctly, which is very possible, but I'm not. But I try my best. And he's 5 of 8. I just saw him. Okay. He's 5 of 8. I saw him hover it.
This would level.
this will level, and that's probably the consideration right now for Winding God.
Well, yeah, the Ezreal, I mean, Ezreal leveled up is certainly not something that you want for your opponent, but I don't know. I'm curious how much he actually cares.
Well, it's going to be a little bit tough, right? So potentially Random's got 2 turns here, right? He's got his turn with attack token, and then if he can stick units, then he's got the next turn to play spells as well. He's got 2 Ezreals, so he can play them kind of with impunity. He can kind of just slam the first one and not be too concerned. And it's likely we'll see that, right? So likely we see the Ezreal slam now.
Yeah.
Okay, Karma first.
Karma first makes sense. We see the will come out from a Winding God. And now here, the interesting thing about ignoring Heimer is that at a certain point, while he technically generates bots, it doesn't matter. He's already got a full board.
Now, this specific play was very obvious, but one thing about Winding God that I'd like to bring up that's super cool about this player is I feel like a lot of times we see Winding God kind of play Legends of Runeterra like chess. It feels like he's a blitz chess player, and he's seen all of these lines a million times. And so the second you play a card, he knows exactly which card he wants to play because he's kind of been doing each of the lines that could happen in his head is how it feels like he plays a lot of these games. He's one of the faster players, and he's one of the most successful players. And it's just interesting to see him play the game in general. Now, obviously, Will of Ionia on Karma is nothing special. This was an obvious play, but it is just cool to see a player like Winding God do these things where he does play so fast in a lot of scenarios where I feel other players would take the full turn timer.
I agree. I mean, it certainly, you can tell by the pace of play and just the directness of play, and even the snap concedes when he knows the game is over. There is no consideration. There is no like, well, I'm going to play this to the bitter end, and I'm going to do this, and this beforehand just to see and play it out. It's like, nope, I'm dead in 98% of the time, and maybe it's actually 100, but most people just don't see it. But I do.
Yeah, and there's the slam of a couple more bots after the Karma is sent back to hand. Random 7 cannot develop any more of these champions, so the attacks start to look very scary as another fearsome turret is developed. This is a lot of damage represented. Now,
I know it's probably crazy, right? But was there ever a world... Okay, no, there wasn't a world because he still has the get excited to generate another bot. But I was wondering if there's ever a world where he replaces Heimer there with a 5/2 bot. I don't think so. I think knowing that he had the additional mana and can generate another 3-cost bot, it made no sense to do that. But we see here, I mean, this is lethal presented.
Yeah, there's a will and there is a deep med. Potentially to find more answers, but a lot of the removal has already been played, so I'm trying to consider what else Random has that can actually save him. Maybe a concussive palm, throws away a Karma and Ezreal with Rummage, goes for the deep med. I know he's got a lot of units left, actually. Another Rummage.
I mean, all these spells that are getting cast without an Ezreal in play, without a Karma in play, just have to be good for Winding God. And that's just it.
He just finds it. He's able to get there, and Winding God's going to take the game 1-0 over Random 7 on his rise through the losers bracket. Winding God still looking on form as he moves up 1-0 over Random 7 in the losers semis here in Fight Night Legends.
Classic Winding God, just playing it by the slimmest of margins, and then just one turn after accruing a little bit of advantage here, a little bit of advantage there, just takes over the game almost instantly and just presents a lethal attack out of what seemed kind of like nowhere, but really wasn't. And we see the signature deck from Winding God coming out against the Pinky and the Brain, aka against the Ezreal Karma deck here.
Yeah, fair run. There again.
His name is Captain Farron, but if he gets cast against you, I think you're going to be calling Unfarron, because that will do a lot of damage.
See you guys next week. That's
it, everyone. I peaked.
All right, so there's a freeze coming out. Iceveil Archer onto the Eyes of the Dragon.
I peaked at the bottom.
Man. Oh, man.
What's the opposite of peaked?
Bottomed out.
Bottomed out. Hit rock bottom. I didn't peak. I deeped. That's what.
Oh, man. Oh, God. It just keeps going.
It never stops.
Reckless Trifarian. We talked about this card a little bit, Blevins. You know how Winding God keeps bringing it. We've seen it struggle in the past, but we've seen it be good as well. We've seen it be a very strong card, especially with Assessor generating more card draw. So cool to see it played once again. Ash going to be answered by this removal spells from Random 7. Using the Static Shock and the Mystic Shot to get it down, and Reckless Trifarian now just going to try and get through, but going to get chump blocked by that Shadow Assassin.
Yep. I played a decent amount of this deck, not with the Farrons, his version from Winding God's version from last week. I played it over the week, and the Reckless Trifarian has really grown on me for a couple of reasons. The ones that we mentioned before, it draws you a card off of Trifarian Assessor. 5 power is just good, but it also has the opposite of the problem that Chump Wump had. It has 4 health, and that, even though it's just a unit, in a sense, it's kind of like a 2-for-1 in a lot of cases, because you're going to be getting, it's either going to trade up to a higher mana cost card, or it's going to be a 2-for-1, and a 3-mana 2-for-1 is something that you really want to play. And also, I mean, 5 power is just very strong. So it is a deceptively powerful card that can put on a lot of pressure. It's just not very good at defense, obviously.
Yeah, and I mean, it ate like a good amount of removal here. It takes 2 cards to get rid of it, so that's generally going to be quite good value. And Sejuani on 6. I mean, these are some strong plays being made by Winding God. He's got a lot of aggression, but a lot of answers on the side of Random 7. This one of Yone is actually going to be quite good. And there's the Will of Ionia to slow down the Sejuani if he wants to. Potentially he waits. I'm trying to see if there's like a better development turn here. Maybe the Shadow Assassin. But yeah, it doesn't seem too bad to play Will to trade off the mana here. No, Deep Med Shadow Assassin seems to be the more likely play.
Yeah, I mean, the eye is good for sure. But, I mean, I don't know how much value the Dragonlings are really going to be getting you. And as is tradition, Winding God immediately draws the Enraged Yeti off the top.
Second draw, it's not as bad as normal, but yeah, he's still picking it up really quickly. He has first initiative, 3/5 attack units on the board, and they cannot be removed right now.
Yep.
This is going to be a big draw for Winding God as he sets up for his next few turns here.
Yeah, and he gets to attack with all of this. And,
Farron.
And there he is.
Yeah, it's the big boy coming down.
Captain, my captain, coming down. The big boy himself. But Yone is going to be able to stop him.
Yeah, it's a great one-of here. It's a great one-of in this matchup.
Yeah, actually huge.
Yeah, completely shuts down the attack, saves a turn here for Random 7, and generates 2 Ezreal triggers. So, you know, Yone coming in huge right now for Random 7, and he's going to develop his first Ezreal, setting himself up to try and turn this around. But the Reckoning right now looks horrifying. And the Iceveil Archer maybe to set it up as well.
I may have I'm like at a loss for words if this Reckoning comes out. Could be huge.
Okay, considering more.
I don't mind the pass from Winding God here.
I don't know, Blevins. The sun's out. The crowd's ready
to reckon.
There we go. Winding God slamming it down.
Wow.
And there goes the board for Random 7.
Wow. I mean, Huge open attack coming in. Can deal with the Kato, sure, but I mean, it's gonna be 18 without the Kato on the board. And I'll just also play a 4-power, draw 4 cards. Sure.
Yeah, I mean, is this next attack just gonna seal? I mean, this is so much damage. I wonder how much defense Random 7 can put, or offense Random 7 can put together. Actually,
I don't know if he needs to play defense.
You're right. This is leveled. I forgot this was leveled. He's just dead.
Issue. Yeah.
So as impressive as that reckoning was, he's just gonna get pew-pewed down by a leveled up Ezreal.
Yep. So sad. Captain Farron just didn't matter at all.
That's okay. You know, we got to see the big boy come down. We got the Reckon. And then Ezreal, you know, going to do some Ezreal things real quick. But yeah, I mean, I think arguably that Yone actually just kind of won this game for Random 7. That one of, you talk about silver bullets, Blevins. I mean, that certainly was one of them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, it's not always about winning or losing. It's about playing really cool cards and getting people excited about them. Sometimes.
You know, we try and have fun here, and definitely the Farron and the Reckoning are some fun cards for us to cast. Of course, unfortunately for Winding God, Random 7 was playing as Karma and just kind of had the rest of the damage he needed. But Random, you know, he's pulling it back. He ties it up 1-1. He's staying in it. He's holding his zone against Winding God. And we talked about how, as much as this is Winding God's signature deck, as good as he is at playing it, it is going to be that crux in this matchup that Random 7 has to exploit to try and win this series. And he's got deep in the matchup now.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure how this matchup ends up playing out, but I know that we've seen Winding God win this matchup before.
Yes, we have.
It is very much, or at least the way he was playing it before was very much a stall the board out. Yes, you can play some sea monsters. That's great. I can play some big units as well, get some Yetis out, and then just win out of nowhere with Ashe, leveled up, harsh wins, etc. It's really going to be, is Random 7 going to be able to get it through fast enough? And of course,
already put it.
We did get the jaw ready for this. Jaw Hunters takes out the Trifarian.
Yeah, so Jaw Hunters having that 4 attack, which is one of the reasons that card is so good. We talk about the 4 HP breakpoint all the time, and Jaw Hunters hits that. So able to just trade 1-for-1 with the Reckless Trifarian, which for Random 7 is favorable. He does want to go for 1-for-1 trades. He tends to have more value later on in the game. Mm-hmm. But like you mentioned, you know, this matchup is kind of that timing attack we talk about with Ashe Nox. You got to find that opening to set up for those freezes to get your entire board through, deal that, you know, 20 damage on a turn. You know, the big attack turns that we tend to see from this deck list. But right now, Winding God, not the most amazing draws, but he's got this Assessor available to try and find that big draw turn that really skyrockets him into a win.
Yeah, but right now it's just the Ashe that's even going to give him a card. I mean, I don't, unless the Assessor got Omen Hawked, which I don't think it did. I don't believe the Assessor got Omen Hawked, so Assessor comes down, it's going to be 1 card.
Yeah, that's not enough. And you're right, yeah, it did not get Omen Hawk, so this is just going to be a freeze, trying to start getting closer to that level up for Ashe. Potentially can go for an attack here. There is... You could just go for the mana burn pass, but I don't know if that's enough right now.
Yeah, I think what Winding God wanted to do was freeze the 4/3. Wanted to freeze the 4/3 and hope for another sea monster to come out. Ashe attacks, freezes that, and then a huge Reckoning can come out. But so we see that is not going to happen.
We've got no 5 attack creatures and an Assessor, so it might be dead right now. Dead draw. Yeti going to be able to give an additional draw.
Okay. The salvage coming out. Gonna refill the hand of Random, who looks like he's glitched out on his stream, so we don't have his hand, but that's okay. We can play it blind for the time being. And this Reckoning, I don't know how much better it's going to get than this, because once Random gets deep, that Reckoning is certainly not going to be happening.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good board clear. The Assessor can draw one additional card unless there's a 5-attack creature drawn here, and that's deep. So that was just a call out saying, hey, you don't have Jettison on that Reckoning there.
Yep.
And Nautilus coming down, but I don't know if Winding God had a good enough start. I think Random 7 is advantaged at this point, but there are a good amount of freezes. There's Freeze Culling Strike, actually. That's going to be huge to deal with this first Nautilus. This is a really insane line that he's got with the Ice Veil. And he's on the attack token, and... Wait a minute, wait. He just has lethal, unless there's an answer. He just has... Glory Seeker's just game. Wait, he just has it. He's just dead. He's actually just dead. Does he have nothing? No, he's gone.
Wow.
He just wins. Winding God takes it. Winding God moves on to the losers finals. It actually just turns it around. He's just gone. Nautilus dead to the Freeze Culling. And Winding God wins. That's it. We talked about a timing attack. You win out of nowhere. There it is. Winding God moves on to the losers finals.
It's almost like he feigns the weakness of like, oh well, yeah. I mean, he got this big Reckoning, but it didn't even seem that good. He killed off a couple of Dredgers. Yes, he got a few sea monsters as well, but he just had the Yeti. Plays a unit here, plays a unit there, gets a little bit of damage in, and then all of a sudden, opponent overcommits. Freeze, Culling Strike, play a 2-mana 6-power unit, and boom, dead. Wow.
Boom, bop, bada bing, bada bang. There's the game. Winding God takes it down. We said the magic words. Looks like it's really bad.
Yeah.
For Seth. Winding God.
we have the anti-caster. We have the caster blessing.
Oh, God. All right. Well, with all that action, we've got losers finals left. Winding God gets his rematch against the Black Boss from round 1. See if he can take it. We'll have that right here on Giant Slayer TV after a short break. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to Giant Slayer's Fight Night Legends, brought to you by Juke.gg. Find all your favorite esports in one spot over at Juke.gg ! Legends in the chat. Find out more information. We just finished watching an amazing series between Winding God and Random 7 as Winding God makes that run through the losers bracket after dropping in the first round to the TheBlackBoss. And guess who he's up against going into the losers bracket final to find a spot in the grand finals right now?
I mean, I'm going to guess because I know it's the TheBlackBoss. We're going to see the rematch coming back through the losers bracket. I mean, we saw Presto do this last time, actually, with the losers bracket run. And of course, Presto ended up in second place last week and was invited back. But TheBlackBoss has not only took down Winding God in the first round, but in pretty convincing fashion, Casa. It was not a particularly close set of games.
Yeah, I mean, TheBlackBoss took down Winding God very quickly, and then he went on to take down Random 7, who was just in that last match against Winding God, before finally dropping to Gvuardya. So he's been playing against everyone who's at the top of the standings, and he's been having great results so far. So we'll see if it's a repeat from TheBlackBoss. We saw a very impressive showing out of Blood Riders, swiftly taking game one, and after that it was just, up to Pinky in the Brain to clean it up. So TheBlackBoss looked really dominant against Winding God, and we'll see if it's the same result if we get this again.
Yeah, I mean, when we saw the run back from Presto and Winding God last week, Presto actually triggered the bracket reset in the grand finals. So it really can be, same players playing the same decks, but different circumstances. Maybe players queue up differently. Players play a little bit differently. They understand the matchup just a little bit better as the tournament goes on. And it is anything but a done deal as we move into this match. Casa, I mean, who do you have as a favorite?
Well, I mean, after that dominant performance in round one from the TheBlackBoss, I actually feel like his lineup does do really well against Winding God's lineup in general. So I do like him for this match. But I never want to count Winding God out. He does seem to find victories when we don't expect him to based on lineups. So it is very cool to see this matchup once again, especially because TheBlackBoss was so dominant. I have to give the edge to TheBlackBoss. I do feel that it seemed that his lineup was favored. He's playing really well all day. I think that feasibly the odds should be in his favor. But again, only time will tell. There's another shot for Winding God to bring this back.
I mean, I first off can't really ever count out Winding God. Secondly, I'm picking the person that's running Captain Farron in their lineup. I don't care. I want to see the Farron make it to the grand finals. I want to see, we got super hyped up when the Farron got played last round. Unfortunately, it didn't end up working out for him, but it presented a very strong condition for Winding God.
Yeah, and here's TheBlackBoss coming up on your screen. One of the youngest competitors. He actually tied for the youngest this week with Winding God, our two 21-year-olds coming in here. One from Brazil, one from China, going up against each other in this losers bracket final, trying to find that spot in the grand finals and the invite back to next week's Fight Night Legends. So a lot on the line for this match between these two players. And I'm super excited to jump into it. This is going to be a banger of a match. I'm hoping that we don't see the exact repeat of round one where TheBlackBoss was able to just trample over Winding God with the Hecarim. But, maybe we'll see the repeat. Maybe the draw variance goes a little bit different and the games are much closer. Time will tell, and we'll jump into those soon enough. But let's take a look at deck maybe like Blood Riders. It is something that's been great. Let's talk about this for a minute. Blood Riders is a deck that we only ever see the TheBlackBoss bring. Only other player I've ever seen it bring to tournament was Yotsuba. He found the victory in Runeterra for Change with this list. Incredibly strong list. TheBlackBoss pretty much the only dude that runs it, right? Like I named the one outlier, but other than that, BlackBoss brings it over and over again, and he finds success. And it makes me wonder, is it ever going to catch on? Is this something that other players are going to look at and be like, hey, maybe that's a deck for me to bring. Let's see if we can get another case study once again with BlackBoss playing it against Winding God, the boy Yugi, playing his pinky in the brain, and yet again, Heimer and Solitary Monk available to be played.
Yeah, actually pitching a couple of 3-drop cards. I'm wondering what he, well, pitches a couple 3-drop cards, and the deck says, "Okay, I'll get you some better ones. Here, take a flash, so that you automatically get one Floor Begone bot." Just insane, of course, but kind of with the exception of those bots, I mean, really kind of a slow hand for Winding God here.
Yeah, I mean, it's slow, but once he gets to 5, it's like literally the best possible hand. So as long as he can kind of survive the early pressure, which I think he can, the BlackBoss's list actually isn't super known to be early aggro. Like, it can get Disciple Demolitionist, which it doesn't have here. It has double Demolitionist. It can find some more aggressive draws, but in general, it's not going to be able to kill you before you get to 5. And we got Heimer Flash Twins. Like this, oh my God, no. Don't do it to him.
I didn't want to bring up when you said it's literally the best possible hand. I was going to be like,
well, technically, Castle, he could have more Flash of Brilliances in his hand.
And, well, Yugi read my mind and drew another Flash. So there's going to be a lot of bots coming out very soon here.
Yeah, I mean, okay, turn 5's coming up, attack token for Winding God, 16 health, triple flash.
I didn't want to say it. I didn't want to say it because I...
Don't do it to him. Don't do it. No. He's just a boy. He's just a boy.
This is what you get, Casa, when you say he has literally the best hand when he doesn't literally have the best hand.
He's got a family. You can't do this, Winding God.
Oh, boy. He can and he will.
Oh, no. It's 3 flash. He's got the twin or the getting sighted. He's got the Solitary Monk. I think he wins right now. This isn't okay. We can't show this on broadcast.
Yeah, this is Monk TOS. Oh boy.
Cut the feed. Cut the feed. The humanity.
Production, please don't actually cut the feed. We're making a joke. Yeah, this is insane. Absolutely. I mean, 3, 6, 9, 13. Yeah, this is just game. No. Casa, I'm blaming you. You said he had literally the best hand, and Winding God said, hold my deck.
He's playing solitaire. He's not letting him do anything.
Oh, God. It's not even close. He has an extra bot. Oh,
we need an 18+ mark on the stream. Stat. Maturity filter. Get the kids out the room. He can't do that to him. He can't do that.
That was... I mean, I got nothing. I've got nothing. I mean, that there's nothing more that needs to be said there. That was my grandpa's deck has no pathetic cards, and then proceeded to play all of the cards. I mean, let's see. Heimer plus 3 flashes plus get excited. That's kind of like Gvuardya, right?
Oh my God. Bro, he's playing the Elusive Burn deck. Heimer vibe, Pinky the Brain, Elusive Burn.
On turn 5, by the way.
I can't even, I'm at a loss for words at this point. I said everything I could say about that. And we're gonna forget it happened, and we're gonna move on to game number 2.
All I'm gonna say is be careful when you say he has literally the best hand possible, because he will draw into actually the literal best hand possible.
Man. Winding God now, he's got a 2, a 3, and a 4. He's got some plays. He's got some game here going up against Ezreal, the Vimer on the other side for the BlackBoss playing his pinky in the brain.
But a different win condition could be happening.
What do you get?
Don't think I've ever seen a Chempunk hit an opponent and that person lose. The Chempunk person lose. So this could be a first.
Freeze, which is actually pretty relevant considering it can be used on this Glory Seeker.
Yeah.
Keep the Chempunk alive. Try and go for another hit, actually, because there's no blocker.
Wow.
Gonna get more cards.
Two? Is he gonna get 2 Chempunk hits? I don't know which is crazier. Okay, definitely the Heimer with triple flash was crazier. But this is also pretty crazy.
Yeah, I mean, if he finds a Heimer on 5, he's got double flash. He can just do it back to Winding God.
There's no way that we see Heimer plus triple flash in back-to-back games from 2 different players. That's not possible.
Said it, not me.
Oh no, I've now we never caster curse. We can't do it. It's only the caster blessing.
You said it, not me. All right, but we see the attack coming in for Winding God. It's turn 5, so BlackBoss at least couldn't win on turn 5.
Yeah, a pathetic turn 6 victory would be as good as he could hope for.
Absolutely horrible turn 6.
Yeah.
But yeah, it is a brittle steal again. A brittle steal taken away. Deny on the reckoning.
Oh, I see what you did there.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Little joke for you, bud.
I like it. It. Although it doesn't technically steal, it creates a okay, I'm kidding. I'm not gonna take away from it. that eloquent wordplay.
Well, actually, it creates a copy of a spell from the opponent deck.
Well, actually, his hand would be better
if he had 3 flashes instead of just 1.
Well, technically.
I'm never gonna forget that. I will remember that play for that cast forever.
Well, 3rd hit with Chempunk. I've never seen a Chempunk get this many hits. I don't think I've seen a single game where this happens. And BlackBoss is putting on a lot of pressure already. Winding God down to 7 HP. The butterfly on the board actually almost gave me a panic attack for a second there, as I thought there was a large bug that was on my monitor. But we're going to carry on as these Trifarian Assessors. This is the struggle that we had, the one gripe we had with it a long time ago at a DOR when he first kind of brought these out, right? Is like they can't play defense, so you are very committed. And at this point, we're looking at the hands. BlackBoss is in a very good position due to the fact that he has stolen these freezes. He still can get in for that extra damage. He's got some lifesteal. And so he's overall in a fairly strong spot.
Yeah, I mean, the other side of this is that BlackBoss is at 10 health and there's 10 power of units on the board.
Right, yeah, absolutely. That is another consideration here.
And we see that this Reckoning would not be lethal, but at the same time, a lot of pressure being put on by Winding God as well.
Okay. Phil Archer can come down. Still 10 mana for BlackBoss to respond. And we talked about, I mean, he has these freezes that he's stolen, and they're very relevant, especially once again, being able to potentially deal with the Glory Seeker.
Yeah, this Glory Seeker is just not gonna, is unlikely to do anything here. Although it's gonna pull the Chempunk. Right, it's going to pull the Chempunk for value, so the freeze would just save the Chempunk. Wouldn't actually kill. Isn't actually getting a free kill on the 5/1 here. I mean, despite all of the positives coming out from BlackBoss, he's going to go down to 2 here. Okay, actually going to go down to 5. He's using a Mystic Shot on the 3/1 there. And I mean, technically can present lethal here.
Yeah.
On the open attack, but as we see the harsh winds can come out.
Yeah, this draw is looking like actually very bad from BlackBoss, but he does have this deep med. And that's a way where he can find lethal on this turn. Of course, harsh wind's incredibly strong here, and that will stop all the damage from coming out. So now we likely see deep med look for lethal. We do have to wait a little bit. The hand cam is a little bit slow right now. It's just a little desync. It's net issues between players. We just have to run delay right now.
Yep.
That's going to be played. We'll see what he picks up. Twin Disciplines. He's got another Twin Disciplines. And he's got a Get Excited. So actually the freeze will be able to be enough for Winding God.
Yeah. And crazily enough, Assessor has enough mana to cast Assessor and Decimate, or can just go for the Captain Crunch.
Probably Assessor. It's probably as much as we love Captain Crunch here.
Probably. But what fun is that?
We'll have time to play it because the Solitary Monk would just be able to end the game on the following turn in the world that there was a way to deal with the Farron. And we see that freeze available. Sejuani just a little too expensive.
Yeah.
Oh man, does he just chance the Reckoning? Does he just go?
Reckoning... Yeah, the Reckoning is not super great here. Oh, wait, no. Wait, is it just lethal?
Well, if it goes off, it is, right? I think he just ends the game. But it's a big risk. BlackBoss is 3x denied.
Is it? Oh, yes. But are you in a worse situation, though, if this gets denied? That's the question. How much worse off are you?
You have to go for it, I think, at this point. And does this do it?
I think so.
Because there's a freeze. And then he's got
one unit, kills another, and there's still a 5-power unit left on board. I think that's just it. I think
it just does it. BlackBoss is looking for it, but freeze on one, Get Excited on another, and there's a 5-attack unit. Yep. Freeze on one, Chempunk goes down, and still there's a 5-attack unit. It gets through no matter what.
I think Winding God just has it. Second Reckoning.
Trying to find it, but I think it's there. I think Winding God's gonna do it. I think Winding God's gonna make the full losers bracket run. He's going to complete what Cephalopod just barely couldn't do last week.
Yeah.
And go down on round 1 and make the run all the way back.
Wow, and just 1 health short. If he had just 1 additional damage, or even 1 extra mana would do it too, because he'd have freeze plus Get Excited plus plus Chempunk, but he's off by 1 mana. Wow.
That's it. Winding God. Pull him to the side.
Wow. So we saw a game. I don't know which is more unbelievable, Casa. I don't know what's more unbelievable. We saw a game where Winding God played on turn 5 Heimer into Flash, Twin Disciplines, attack for lethal, on turn 5 attacking. And then the next game, we see Winding God win a game where his opponent had a Chempunk that hit him 3 times.
Yes.
This is after he lost to that player earlier in the event. What?
Right. He got 2-0'd earlier and he 2-0's this time. But at the end of the day, it just shows who the true protagonist of this anime is. because Winding God drew Heimer and BlackBoss did not. And that is the end of that is the end all be all between those two matches.
Yeah.
But Winding God makes the run through losers, drops the very first round, and he is back in the grand finals, taking on Gvuardya to try and reclaim his seat as the champion. He won the first Fight Night Legends, and he's back. He's back for more. He's back for another victory.
Wow.
Can he win 2 in a row to kick off Fight Night Legends? This is only the second one. He could stay the only champion.
That would certainly be crazy. And I'm hoping, and I think regardless of the result of this next match, I think this has got to put a fire under these players. I want to see players grinding. Hey, I want to take my shot at Winding God. I want to take this player down. Because you know what? It's one thing if someone wins a fight night, that's great. Congratulations to them. You're winning 2 in a row, and you start building like, there's more than just the prize money at stake. It's I'm gonna be we're brought to us by GiantSlayerTV, but I want to be the Giant Slayer here. I want to take down the top dog. I want to take down Winding God.
Yeah, to be the one to dethrone Winding God, that will be a feat. And, Gvuardya has a chance.
True.
Gvuardya has a shot right now to take down Winding God. He's in the finals facing off against this man. It's going to be crazy to see. And we will have that matchup for you guys right here on GiantSlayerTV in just a moment. We're going to go to a short break. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to Giant Slayer's Fight Night Legends, brought to you by Juked.gg. If you want to find all your favorite esports in one place, check out Juked. You can use !Legends in the chat to find out more. But we have just come back from an amazing game in the losers bracket final between Winding God and TheBlackBoss. But just briefly, before we get too much into that, let's go ahead and go over the format once again, because we do have a small change from last week. We did test something out last week, and we decided to shift it. So, Blevins, let's break it down.
Yeah, so if you're just joining us in for these grand finals, first off, thank you, welcome. But this has been a double elimination, 8-player invitational tournament. Every single match has been best of 3. Players have brought 2 decks with no region overlap. There's no bans. It's just a best of 3, and you need to win once with both decks. Now, up until this point, the tournament has been exactly the same. But as we get into the grand finals, if you watched us last week, we had a bracket reset, which means the losers bracket player, last week it was Presto, this week it will be Winding God. If the losers bracket player wins the first best of 3, last week we had a best of 1 game decider with the third decks. We scrapped that. We think it's a cool, it's kind of a cool, interesting thing to do, but it's a little bit confusing. And we took player feedback as well as feedback from the community. We scrapped that, and we're just going to do a full bracket reset if that happens. So right now we're going to be seeing Winding God versus Gvuardya here. If Winding God wins his first best of 3, we're going to do a full bracket reset, and then it will be a final best of 3 to determine our winner. And of course, we'll see both of these players coming back next week for Fight Night Legends number 3.
Yeah, and jumping over here to the bracket to look at how we got here, TheBlackBoss took down Winding God in round 1. And then we've seen Winding God scrap his way through the lower bracket to winning just about everyone before reaching a rematch with TheBlackBoss, where he reversed that result from the first round, gets a 2-0 over TheBlackBoss, and he's now facing off against Gvuardya in the grand finals.
Yeah, and if you missed that last set, it was quick, but it was spectacular, I think. I don't think you very rarely will see Heimer on turn 5 attacking turn, Heimer into flash, into flash, into flash, into twin disciplines game. And then you'll also perhaps even more rarely see a Chempunk attacking and hitting their opponent not once, not twice, but 3 times, creating a spell from the opponent's deck 3 times and still losing. Just absolutely spectacular. Now, the games weren't particular. Well, the last game was actually very close, but the first one wasn't. But there were spectacular and fantastic plays made regardless of the actual outcome of the game.
As much as that Heimerdinger game was strictly a draw diff and required minuscule thinking to actually pull off, it was still incredible to witness that happen. Very unfortunate for TheBlackBoss. Heart goes out to him for that specific matchup, but it was still awesome to see that. It really goes along with the storyline that Winding God is actually Yugi, and we're going to see him go up against Gvuardya in the finals here. But we can maybe take a second to talk about the deck list between the two of them. Both of them do have, yet again, like a signature deck that they have in this lineup. Gvuardya, Swain TF. It's been undefeated so far in the tournament. On the other side, Winding God playing that Ash Nox, which has kind of been the struggle deck for Winding God actually so far. And on top of that, Gvuardya running Ionia PNZ, Winding God running Ionia PNZ, but different lists. It's going to be as Karma for Gvuardya. It's going to be that Pinky in the Brain, that Vimer for Winding God. But here, take a look on your screen. You've got Ash Nox from Winding God. Go ahead and break down some of the key features of this deck for us, Blevins.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen this deck for quite some time now in the hands of Winding God. We've got a couple of interesting additions this week. the biggest one, as you can see, Captain Crunch himself, Captain Farron, as a 2-of in this deck to be able to go over the top of some of these control decks after he's gotten the first 15 or 16 points of damage done. We also see now a 3x 3x of Kato the Arm is now going to be there's even more over the top overwhelm action. I believe he was running a 1 or a 2 of last week of Kato, but it certainly wasn't 3, and now there are 3 and then the other really signature card here for Winding God specifically in these types of builds is that Reckless Trifarian. We rarely see it outside of Winding God, but I think it is deceptively a very strong card, not just because it has 5 power, not just because it's a 3-drop, certainly not because it can't block, but the fact that it has 4 health and 5 power is very strong because it's like a deceptive 2-for-1. I talked about it before. It's either going to trade for 2 cards or it's going to trade up to a higher value card. So very strong there, but we are going to jump in to game number 1 of the grand finals. Gvuardya versus Winding God. We've got Pinky in the Brain versus that Swain TF deck for Gvuardya.
Yeah, Swain TF, it is that signature list for Gvuardya. We did talk about it earlier. Really excited to see this one. And it's been undefeated. So can it take down Winding God's Heimer list? Can he break through the Winding God RNG, the high rolls of Winding God on this list, and actually find the win playing his signature Swain TF?
It's very hard to call because Gvuardya has been on an absolute tear so far. We've not seen the Swain TF deck lose at all yet. But I mean, Winding God's Yugi, Casanova, and if the LOR tournament anime that we're slowly creating is like Yu-Gi-Oh, then it's hard to bet against Yugi.
For sure it is. And starting out, we have a pretty aggressive start, actually, from Gvuardya. I mean, he does have the Jagged Butcher. I guess it turns into some 3-drops, so we'll see how those come out. We do have a little delay on Gvuardya's hand, so we'll have to keep that in mind. But Flash of Brilliance picked up for Winding God. If he can find that Heimer on 5, he's got a lot more aggression once again. And Solitary Monk on 3, he's always got it.
Yeah, sometimes you just have it, right? And by sometimes, I mean a lot of the time. But, I mean, the Solitary Monk on 3 is obviously good, but a lot of pressure already from Gvuardya. I mean, this is certainly the other side of this deck where, you've got your Butcher, you've got your... you just have so much power generated out of just 2 cards.
Just 2 cards and a lot of elusives even without the Heimer being played down. Plus these Shadow Assassins are going to allow for Cycle to try and find that dinger, get it down onto the board and set up to start popping off with these flashes. But right now that is going to be a very big Make It Rain from Gvuardya available. I wonder if it ever prompts a deny here.
It's kind of like casting Deny for 6 damage, right? I think you kind of have to take it, even though it's, in a vacuum, casting Deny on a Make It Rain might seem bad, but when you just look at it as, I'm just going to pay a 4 mana, do 6 damage to my opponent's face card, I think you probably take that.
And we've got more elusives yet again, like we talked about, the double Shadow Assassin. Potentially can come down. Threatening a lot more, and this is a double stacked keg, but no spell to use it with.
Yeah, it's if we see the warning shot, it's going to be a pretty big warning shot. But with Winding God at 13 and this board here, it might actually be relevant to just do 3 off the top.
Potentially, it could be. He's going to stack it even further. It's going to be a 4 damage warning shot.
Yeah. I feel like you probably take those a lot of the time. 0
mana burst speed Decimate. Pretty interesting card. Gonna potentially be played for Gvuardya here.
I'd play it.
Yeah, I'd probably play it.
Man, that card would be massively degenerate. Come back to this clip in 5 years when that's actually a printed card. Hashtag power creep. But as we see, the perfect symmetry. I love that attack. Look at that. Look at that perfectly symmetrical attack.
Really just aesthetically pleasing attack from Gvuardya. Definitely what he was going for. Aiming just for aesthetics. Nothing to do with anything else here.
Nope. Goes
in. I mean, he drops Winding God down to 7. So that Warning Decimate's going to drop him down to 3.
Yeah. Of course, no reason to play it yet, I don't think. Just wait. Nope. Might as well have the element of surprise. 2 cards going to be nabbed from the bottom of Winding God's deck.
Yeah, not getting Winding God any closer to Heimerdinger. Note that the nerf on pilfered goods in some scenarios actually does work as a buff. Is how it's not going to help Winding God find that Heimer that he desperately needs.
No, it's not. It stole, and it looks like Gvuardya stole a Claws of the Dragon and a Shadow Assassin. So actually, is that just... He can present lethal here.
Yeah, if he can force them, if he can force Winding God to tap out, he actually just has it. So Mystic maybe on the... Okay, Mystic goes on a unit. He's down to 1. I think Gvuardya just goes for it now.
And there's no 1 mana spell in the deck, right? There's...
Yeah, I don't believe so.
No, this is just checkmate, I think. Gvuardya hitting him with the GG.
And there it is, Gvuardya. Gvuardya stays undefeated on his signature list once again.
Yeah.
Just has to press the warning shot. There he goes.
Oh, there it is.
Gvuardya, the whole tournament, he brought his favorite list, the Swain TF, this signature deck of his that he won Mavericks tournament with a few weeks back. And again, he finds the victory. Amazingly done by Gvuardya. I'm so impressed with this list because you look down the line of deck lists brought to the tournament, and he's the only one that brought this. He's the only player to have this list, and it has not lost a single game. That is impressive, to say the least. That is an extremely impressive feat to do, and it might take Gvuardya to a victory. It might take him to a win in this week's fight night. He still has to get through Winding God again. He's got to win with this Karma Ezreal list. We saw him beat Heimer earlier, but this is going to be Heimer on 5 available for Winding God this time around.
I'm just trying to remain as neutral as possible because every time we say anything about the hand, it immediately improves drastically. So, but no, 100% agree with you, Casa. This deck is not a new. It's not a new deck for Gvuardya. In fact, it's actually kind of an old deck, but in this meta, in the last, I would say certainly since this new patch, but even before that, it's really kind of fallen out of favor. And I don't think it is for any particular reason other than it just doesn't have anything new or flashy in it. It's a little bit more of a refined list. It's been a little bit more of a refined list for Gvuardya, but really impressive run with it thus far, regardless of the outcomes here. But yeah, we do see a pair of claws coming out on both sides.
Pair of claws. It looks like there is an Eyes of the Dragon available for Gvuardya. Solitary Monk picked up once again for turn 3 for Winding God, and we may see that come down, especially if the trade between these two units comes out.
Okay. Assassin comes out.
Yeah, just the pass. We'll look for the trade of the claws and then play Monk if the attack comes in like that. And there it is. I think it is likely we see Monk. It's possible we see Mystic Shot instead, but no, the pass on this is definitely just going to be Monk. And I like developing the Monk on this turn as well. I'm a big fan of this. There potentially was the line of playing Mystic Shot here, but I definitely prefer this way.
Yeah, I think... Well, it's close. I think the Mystic Shot's probably not going to come out aggressively here. Oh, of course, as I say that, he immediately casts it without hesitation. But this is going to open up a potential Thermo Beam, though, as we see, there's a Twin Disciplines to save. So a little Depending on the back and forth here, it's looking like we're going to see the Solitary Monk come in.
Or the Shadow Assassin, yeah, probably. Or go in for the hit, you mean? Yeah.
Go in for the hit, yeah.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah, it should be able to. It should be able to connect. Yeah, I don't know if we see this beam. I feel like 5-mana beam onto the monk doesn't feel super good right now.
No, it doesn't. But I think if Shadow Assassin comes down, then the 5-mana beam absolutely comes in. I think.
Yeah, it's very possible. We could see like eyes here, and then potentially beam after the fact.
Yeah. A pretty good hedge. Actually, yeah. I mean, the eyes now. I think the beam comes down regardless. I just think the monk is going to come in, hit for 4, and then a beam. Because now, I mean, maybe the beam doesn't happen.
Yeah. No. I'm not sure. It's hard to say. Banking the mana does feel pretty good, but Gvuardya, he does know this matchup well. We've seen him play it very well before.
Mm-hmm.
He's got triple static to deal with bots, so that's definitely a good thing for him in this scenario. He doesn't have a good way to remove the Heimer, however, at this point. He does have, I mean, he has the beam, right? He has the thermo beam. Mm-hmm. He could just play it for like 8 and pray that there's no deny, but it feels just incredibly risky to go for something like that.
Well, he doesn't have to worry about deny right now, at least. Oh,
you're right. Actually, it might be the play here. There's no answer if he plays 8-mana thermo.
Yeah, I'm just wondering.
Old patch.
Yeah.
Okay, so he can go 6
super old patch.
Yeah, so he can go 6 mana beam because the only spell that can be used to answer is actually going to be the Twin Disciplines, and so beam goes through. So yeah, this is a great line from Gvuardya. Yep. I fully expect this is claws. This is beam on Heimer. He gets to remove it.
I like it. I like it a lot. Of course, we see second Heimer for Winding God. Of course, as I say that, immediately proven wrong with a third Heimer draw.
Yeah, third Heimer, actually. Actually, Blevins, that is the third Heimerdinger picked up by Winding God.
How stupid of me to think that he would only have 2 Heimers at this point in the game. Really, just a ignorant statement by me, but we see Solitary Monk coming into the red zone. No. So one thing to note here, there's no reason based on the cards in Gvuardya's hand to be delaying here, but it is actually the delay there is actually means a lot because there could be cards to be played there, and Gvuardya wants to make Winding God think that he's debating about playing like a Get Excited or Will of Ionia there, even though we know it's not in the hand. So you may be looking at that delay and like, why is he not just passing and let that attack go through? It's actually trying to send a false signal to Winding God. So it's not BM. It is actually a strategic play to make there.
And there's Flash picked up again for Winding God. So he's got the draw to get some more elusives to put some pressure on this next attack. And while Gvuardya has answers to these bots with the static shocks, it's going to start to get rough the longer this Heimer stays on the board. And Gvuardya's removal opportunities are not incredible. He did pick up these Get Exciteds, but it uses a lot of cards to actually be able to play those. And yes, he can try and continually static away this Heimerdinger, and maybe that's the best bet.
I think it would certainly be great if there wasn't another Heimer in hand, but no, 100%. I mean, the static shocks are going to be the route, right? Like you're killing a bot, and then now we're going to actually kill a Heimer. Well, of course, as I say that, immediately he draws a card that will make it so the Heimer doesn't die. But how ignorant of me to think that this Heimer would die. But yes, it's threatening to kill the Heimer. It's threatening to kill a bot here and stem a little bit of this bleeding that would be happening on the open attack.
Yeah, I mean, once again, we can see the shock like you talked about, and there is that way to protect Heimer. He's got the Twin Disciplines. He's got the Spirit's Refuge. He's got ways to protect. That just makes it incredibly tough for Gvuardya, and the Mystic Shot is is good here. He can even go, yeah, now he can get rid of it with the Get Excited, but yeah, there are responses.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and the problem is, yes, the Heimer's dead, but all the while there's been additional threats generated, and we know there's another Heimer in hand. So really a tough spot for Gvuardya. But the silver lining here for Gvuardya is that Ezreal, I believe, has to be, if not leveled up already, very, very close to being leveled up.
Yeah, it should almost be there. And for Gvuardya right now, he's probably feeling good. He's like, okay, I've weathered the storm. I've gotten rid of 2 of those Heimerdingers. It should be good. Shouldn't be too much concern anymore. I just need to stabilize a little bit with this Eye of the Dragon, get my Karma on board. Oh, wait a minute. What's that? What are you playing? What's this 5-mana card that's coming down onto the board right now? No, please. God, no, stop.
Not another one.
And here's 3rd Heimer.
Yeah. With protection. And if you're Gvuardya, I mean, it's a really tough spot to be in, especially with only 4 cards left in hand. You can go up to 5 with the deep med. And we're not even at turn 10 yet. I mean, this game feels like it's been going on forever. We're only on we're going to be going into turn 9 here.
Yeah, I mean, Gvuardya really needs to find Ezreal because, like you mentioned, it should be stacked at this point. It's very likely that he has that leveled up Ezreal. And, I mean, he has the Karma potentially to come down on this turn 9 to try and set up for it. He's on his way to being able to find the win, and he's got the Static Shock to save him from these bots. It's just still very hard if he can't find Ezreal. The fact that Winding God's down to 12 already does improve his odds considerably, though.
Sure.
10 even.
Yeah, I mean, that's actually, that's very relevant because the Karma plus Get Excited is going to be 6. Yeah, no, I mean, I guess it's still not even threatening lethal yet.
Yeah. Would you have blocked that Dragonling with the 2-1 bot? It doesn't feel like the 2-1 bot's super relevant, and it would reduce the healing by 1, plus protect your life total.
I think I probably would have, but I would defer to Winding God on the decision for sure. It does prevent 1 life, and it does. I mean, I think right now Winding God is. Yeah, I mean, it's close. I think it's very close.
I don't know. It's definitely hard to tell. I mean, it's going to be kind of like a results-based analysis type of thing where, like, does he lose because he can't push enough damage, or does he lose because he ends up dying too quickly? But yeah, deny to keep the Karma on board. So he does have this turn 10 Karma, and he's got a Static Shock with it. So that's going to be helpful in dealing with some of this.
Right.
The Gotcha as well. I mean, it's expensive spells. He's only on 10 mana, but I think he can live. Like, it's hard to tell. Deny might be relevant. Also, there's a lot of card slinging that's going to happen this turn, and that is a 3 mana. Okay, that's a deep med potentially going to be thrown down by Gvuardya as well.
Yeah, I think. Can he survive is the question. What does deep med draw you into? Sorry, the hand is a little bit delayed for Gvuardya, so we're seeing like I'm confusing myself a little bit.
It's not reduced because he made it with, I thought it was the draw. He made it with Karma on the last turn.
Oh.
So he made a deep med, but it costs 5. So I don't think he actually can play that. He has to go for just survival. But if he lives, I'm pretty sure that Gvuardya wins if he survives this turn.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. He just says, I'm gonna go down to 3 here. Okay. That doesn't... I mean, the static shock is still going to be good here. It's going to kill the... It would kill the elusive.
Yeah. You can static on the 3-1 and the 2-2. Gets rid of a lot of damage. He loses his karma on this turn, but I think it's potentially okay with the leveled Ezreal in hand.
Mm-hmm.
There is a deny to stop one of the statics, so it will require another card to come out.
Right, and I mean, static can come out. I mean, double, or it could just, yeah, static, double static. I wonder if he just goes, does he go face with one? He goes face and the elusive on the static. The deny comes out and then gotcha comes out.
I don't know if he goes face. Like, maybe he goes static. If the deny comes down, then we'll see the gotcha, because then we'll know that Winding God's too tapped out to actually kill him.
Right.
So, like, gotcha to save karma, I mean, right? So, like, go static on the 2 elusives.
Oh, okay.
And then wait for a response from Winding God. And then if mana is spent and you know you're alive, then you play gotcha on Vi and protect your karma. And that looks like the line that we're going to see. So deny on a static, gotcha to save karma because you know you're safe. I think he's going to be at 5. That's definitely safe. So you save karma.
Yeah. And karma plus Ezreal. I mean, that's with a deep med, that's got to be.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, you first action play Ezreal and you should be able to just win no matter what. I think he sees the line too. I think this is likely what it's going to be.
Yeah, I don't think that the lifesteal is going to matter. So no reason to really put it on the bot.
Okay, so instead of the gotcha, you just get excited. Oh, because he can play Ezreal. He can play Ezreal in this
okay.
This turn.
Sure.
So now he develops Ezreal, and then he just has this cheap deep med to start off. Oh, it's 3 health, not 5, because the deny stopped the Shadow Assassin from dying as well. So, but still, 3 health. You still can't die at 3 from 2 mana. He's still safe, and he gets to develop Ezreal with deep med available to set up to try and finish this off. He's got attack token, so he can go for the open attack, I guess, potentially.
He could, but there's plenty of blockers.
Yeah, you're right. So it's just deep med. He has to find lethal from the deep med, which is very likely.
Yeah, it's going to be a double deep med. It's going to do 4, put him to 9. And I'm wondering, is there a combination of spells that wouldn't kill Winding God here?
Well, Chump Wump actually just ends the game, I'm pretty sure.
It's got it, right? I mean, just without even having to draw any of the other spells, I think.
Oh, but Winding God
just says, "Yeah, I know what this is."
Even in the finals, Winding God not gonna be bothered to wait and let the Ezreal Karma deck resolve. Gvuardya takes down our previous champion, Winding God, and he wins week 2 of Fight Night Legends. He wins the second one. Congratulations to Gvuardya, undefeated on Swain TF throughout the entire tournament. Incredibly well performed from him. I mean, honestly, I don't have anything but good things to say about him, but Winding God going to be back for a 3rd week in a row. He made it to 2nd place.
Gvuardya took down the former champion. We now have a 2nd champion crowned here in Gvuardya, and not just running the top of the meta. Did bring a deck that he thought that he has pioneered, that he thought was going to be a good call for this meta. It ended up being an absolutely spectacular deck. Played super well. I mean, all of the matches we saw from Gvuardya were like on a razor's edge, so close in terms of the plays he was making, but ends up making an absolutely fantastic run. 2-0 into 2-1 into 2-0 into 2-0. Lost a single game on the entire day.
Shout outs to ChristmasTime.
Shout outs to ChristmasTime for tarnishing the run. We still have yet to see a perfect run in Fight Night. So that title is still there. But the title today goes to Gvuardya as our Fight Night Legends #2 champion.
In amazing fashion, he takes down the previous champ. He takes down the previous champ of Fight Night, Winding God. Winding God makes that incredible losers run all the way through the bracket to face Gvuardya. But Gvuardya able to put it to a stop, takes this one down. He seemed dominant throughout. And, again, shout out to ChristmasTime. Looking at this bracket, ChristmasTime lost to Gvuardya and Winding God, and he took games off of both of them in those series. So incredibly tough bracket for ChristmasTime overall, and he performed extremely well. So hopefully we'll see him back eventually at Fight Night. I think he's a very, very strong player. So shout outs to him. But shout out to everybody that was involved. Everybody in this event, the reason we invite players is because they are good. And so, of course, we are, seeing that amazing level of play throughout. BlackBoss did amazing. This has been an awesome event once again. But I think we're going to grab a winner's interview with Gvuardya. We're going to pull him in here, and we can ask him a little bit about his rise to the top here.
All right, we are going to get him in a few minutes here, but I mean, Casa, when we came into this event, were we expecting to name the Twisted Fate Swain deck the champion this week? Even before we saw the list, was this ever on your radar at all?
The deck has always been on the radar, but it's not something that when I went into this week, I looked at the deck list and I was like, oh, Gvuardya brought TF Swain, he's going to win. It was like, this has fallen out of the meta a little bit. It might be a concern, but that was not the case. And we'll get to hear from him. Hello, Gvuardya. We got you here. Hey, man, huge congrats on taking the win here, Gvuardya. It was awesome to see. We just want to, first off, congratulate you, but ask you a few questions about the event, man. How are you feeling after that one?
Well, thank you. I'm feeling great. Winning is always great, and I haven't lost a single series today. I was a bit nervous in the last game because I actually didn't have lethal when you conceded, but after that I saw you also didn't have it, and I would have had it on the next turn. So, yeah. Overall, feeling just pretty good right now. And a bit tired.
Yeah, an absolutely amazing run against some of the, obviously the best players in the world. Tell us about your thought process going into this event and bringing that Twisted Fate Swain deck, which we've seen, in the past do quite well and was actually very much at the top of the meta around the time of the Twitch Rivals event, but in the last few patches has really fallen out of favor. What was your mindset going in to bring that to this event?
It was actually a pretty interesting process. It started it all started to I was trying to find a second deck that can actually have can do similar things, also beat Heimer and also beat slow decks, but I couldn't find any. And then after a while, I just thought, maybe I just split up the factions, because both PNZ and Bridgewater have good removal spells for turrets and stuff. So and then I actually ended up with bringing as Karma as the complementary PNZ, and then Swain again once more as a complement to the Bridgewater deck. A more aggressive version this time with Leviathans, with less Leviathans and more Rexes to get all the small pinks in.
Yeah, that was a really interesting choice too, to only have the one Leviathan, but it seemed to work out. Who needs 8 drops when you've got jagged butchers?
Yeah, it worked as intended in the final match. And in the first match I played today against ChristmasTime, I actually played against Deep, and I got super lucky to get my one of Leviathan, which won me the game there, and I was pretty happy it was that and not a Rex at that spot. But
yeah, it was awesome to see that deck. We've kind of dubbed it your signature list because we saw you win the Maverick tournament, a couple weeks ago. using that same list. And it really, you kind of brought it to the forefront of the meta for a couple weeks. And so it was awesome to see you go undefeated with it. I mean, other than that, like, I just want to ask you, coming back next week at Fight Night, is there any player in the Runeterra community that we maybe didn't see tonight that you would absolutely love to play against, that you would love to see on Fight Night and have a chance to beat?
Actually, right now, I don't. Maybe Alessio would be interesting to face. Like, what from him? I've known him since Gwent days, and he's pretty high on ladder right now. I think he's actually still #1 on EU. And we met last year at the Gwent event in Warsaw, and we talked some trash. And at the time, I wasn't playing Gwent anymore, and he still was. So he kind of told me, yeah, just beat me, and then we can talk again. So maybe he would be an interesting rival.
Oh, okay. That might be something we'll look into. All right, Gvuardya.
Call out.
You got any more questions, Blevins?
No, I mean, just again, congratulations to you, Gvuardya, and it was really great to see this, deck that, again, it wasn't a new deck, but was new to this sort of format here. So really, really impressive run.
Yeah, like it was the newest version, which kind of was much heavier on the yoink cards and less focus, less control focus, so more proactive and more minions, which was, funnily enough, a version I didn't like at all some time ago, but by now I've come around, and it's for now my favorite one. And just shout outs to my teammates for helping me prepare as well for the Team Aretusa guys.
Yeah, awesome. I was going to say, did you have any final shout outs here before we let you go? But there you go. Shout out to Team Aretusa. Thank you so much, Gvuardya. And once again, congratulations on becoming our champion for this week, and excited to see you back next week as long as you're available.
Yeah, of course. I will try my best. Yeah. Should be possible.
All right. Well, Blevins, let's go ahead and wrap this one up. Thank you guys all once again for watching. This has been Giant Slayer's Fight Night Legends, and it's brought to you by Juke.gg. It's been an amazing night of games, epic stories, comebacks, but the domination of Gvuardya at the end to finish it out. And I can't wait for next week to see what's more in store. Thank you, everyone, for watching, and have a good night.